day. These health and all fuels won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about around when it's past two. Raise a glass to no. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Take me out of the road. I'm going under. Take me out of the road. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up and go to sleep. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up from our sleep. I'll be home soon. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Take me out of the road. I'm going under. Take me out of the road. I'm going under. Who do you rely on now? I know the worst. I know the worst. Who can you call on now? I know the worst. I know the worst.
All right, let's kick on over here. There we go. That's better. Alright. I think you were first. Well, Crystal Dav did follow before you said anything, so I guess that makes them technically first, so thank you. Dav? Dave? However you want to say that, thank you so much for the follow, I do appreciate that. Hello, Bard, how's it going? Oh, man. I had quite the day today, so particularly good time to have this initial hour of just talking. Go really well here. Oh my goodness, Mosquito. With the 38 months in a row, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Alright, well, like we said, this was pretty popular on Wednesday, so we brought it back again. This first hour-ish before we actually begin doing things is dedicated to you guys and talking to me and all that, so have at it if you got anything. If not, I do have a couple of things that I could talk about. I still have my stuff down here with some backup stuff just in case, but this is primarily for you all, for the community. So have at it. So about this cult of yours, yes. What about it in particular would you like to know? I am all about it. I'm all for it. I am in it, I am above it, I am behind it, beneath it even. What are the benefits? Well, that depends on what it is that you are willing to do for the cult itself, you see, because it is a fairly communal type thing. So there's no freebies. I can tell you that right now. No freebies given out. You earn and you keep. I like to sing. I have a great mustache. Well, there you go. You can contribute. It is what it is. Yes, the cult that we have is young. It's quite young, I would say. There are hopes and dreams for the cult to progress into realms beyond this our own. However, there are no foundations as of yet. But for the low price of free 99, you can join and be part of the foundation. Hey Red, how's it going? Basil lived a long life and retired with no hitches. His legacy lives on. Well, I'm glad. Because to have a name like that was just stupendous. I'm just saying. I'm glad that he was able to retire, that he wasn't killed in the line of duty. Because with a name like that, truly, his legend must live on. So, I'm glad that he will have grandchildren and such that will carry on his legacy and his bloodline will remain strong. That was really funny. I have actually never seen that name in Hunt before. That is hilarious. I wonder how that even got generated. It's so funny. Oh man, so good. His grandchildren, the other spices. Yes. Yes, the spices must carry on. The line expands. Has to be so rare. I'd imagine. I would imagine so. So for those of you that don't know, I was watching Bard's stream the other day, and he happened to get a fantastic hunter name in Hunt Showdown. It was Basil of Stallway or something like that. I can't remember what the name of the place actually was, but it was like a weird, I've never seen that kind of a name in Hunt Showdown before, and it was fantastic. Oh, it was Stallway. Okay. So it became kind of like a little running joke that we were slapping down on it. I unfortunately had to leave and pick up kids from school and all that stuff, so I didn't actually get to see the end of his story as it was, but I knew something smelled fishy. Said I was making dinner. Am I? When? Where'd that come from? I mean, I made dinner, but I'll be honest, it was mac and cheese today because I got real stressed today with kids, so it was very, very simple. I didn't actually eat dinner, so I had like a late lunch dinner combination thing, so I should be alright, but we'll see. I don't know, I saw your story. Oh yeah, that was yesterday. That was yesterday, that draw. That's like, I guess that was so far out of my mind. It was a picture of fish? Yes. It was, Swai in particular, by the way. Swai with some, what'd I throw on it again? It was seasoned salt, lemon pepper, garlic powder, drizzled a little bit of olive oil on the top. We threw it in the air fryer for 25 minutes at 325. So, kind of like a slow-ish cook, but, man, when it came out, ooh, so good. But yeah, that was yesterday, that wasn't today. So, I don't know if the notification just came late or what, but I'm trying to be better about using that. Air fryer seats amazing. That's what I'm saying. I'm fully on board with the air fryer thing. I am 100% on it now. So, part of the air fryer gang. That is something I'd like to ask. That is what this hour is for discussion, asking questions, and then me telling stories if there are no questions. If you're the president of the US, what would you change or do? That's kind of funny. I swear, most of the questions you ask are if I would change something. Background's absolutely stellar. Thank you. Thank you. I really like it. I mean, so if I was the president of the US, first off, I don't really know all that much about politics in the background and all that, so to speak. But I would definitely not have done pretty much most of what the Biden administration has done, I'll be honest with you. So I think if I were to go in, I would roll back, like, pretty much everything that the Biden administration had. I'd actually bring back quite a few of Trump's changes that he had. Not all of them. Not all of them were perfect. There was a few outlier, quirky things that I don't agree with, but in general, I actually didn't mind Trump's presidency, and I would probably try to follow a similar policy with that. If it's about my face mask, I got it back and it had 10 points of damage done to it. Feels bad, man. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, realistically, most of the time the president isn't the one that makes the changes, it's the president's cabinet and his appointed officials that do a lot of that. But I would probably push for that kind of stuff. I know inflation is a big thing right now, so... It's funny as Trump stuff was generally pretty moderate, it's just the way he says stuff came off super stupid. Yeah, that's the thing, is Trump, as an individual, is kind of awful to deal with, right? Now, on the one hand, he has some respectable qualities in terms of, like, he speaks his mind and that, but the way that he would phrase things was just not intelligent. It just wasn't the right way to go about it. But he did get things done. That's like the trade-off with that. With Biden, I'm just... Trump is easy to hate, but he made some wise choices. Yeah, and that's the thing, is you have to understand that it wasn't just Trump, it was also Trump's cabinet, right? It was the people that Trump had appointed had also had a large influence on how his administration went. Same thing with Biden's administration, which is why I can't think of anything I've liked that the Biden administration has actually done. So I would very much like to see the Biden administration out with election year and all that, but who knows? Who knows? So yeah, I think if I was to change one thing, I would roll back a lot of the Biden changes. So pretty much just, my changes would just be fixing what's broke on that. So not anything really in particular, just kind of like a blanket rollback. Think of it like when you get a patch, like a driver update, actually, this is a good one. So when you have a graphics driver update, right? Most of the time you just assume, okay, it's a game-ready driver, and I'm just going to go download it, I'm going to go on to the latest driver, everything's good. But sometimes you get these driver updates, and the new one actually is worse for you, right? So what do? Well, you don't really think much of it, you just take that driver update, you roll it back to the previous one that was working, and then you wait for them to either fix that one with a new one, which then it's not that same driver update, it's a new driver update. You just wait for the next one, then you bounce over to that one, right? So, believe in the silent majority. The extremes of both sides are always more vocal. The other side's opinions seem radical, whereas the majority of us fall in the middle with relatively moderate views skewing slightly either way. I agree. So, I am pretty vocal that I am a centrist, politically speaking. I'm a centrist with some light conservative leaning. It has been talked about a couple times. And when I was working at the prison, I actually had a lot of people that would like kind of ride on me for it, saying, "Oh, you're just a fence sitter." It's like, no. And when we took like a political test, most people found that they weren't as far right or as they thought they were. They actually started to go more towards the middle a bit on the particular quiz scaling thing that we had. And people didn't like that. They thought that that was not cool, that there were some trick questions in there or something, but there wasn't any. So, and when I did mine, it was picture perfect, like smack dab, almost in the middle, but slightly to the right on it. Exactly what I said I had. So yeah. So there you go. Kind of to summarize, I would roll back the changes of the Biden administration entirely, and I would try to bring back some of the Trump administration stuff, or at least enhance some of them. And one of the things that I would focus on would probably be dealing with inflation and trying to combat it, but not in a way that freaking rails on consumers as much. So, there you go. What else do we got? Anything else? Good question, though, by the way. You guys always ask really good questions when we do this kind of stuff, and we have some good discussions, so... That's how come I was really excited when there was all that interaction on Wednesday. Because then made me think, oh, maybe we can do this more often, so that's why we brought it back today, and we're probably going to do it at least for a small section at the beginning of every stream, too. So, just kind of updating. For those of you that missed Wednesday, that's the reason that we're doing this kind of stuff now, so... Is inflation everywhere, though? In some countries it's worse. How does one even fix that? So there's different ways to combat inflation, and I'm not entirely qualified to give an exact solution on it. But yes, inflation is just something that every country deals with their own currencies and stuff. Just because when countries print money specifically too, because you gotta understand that your dollars, rubles, euros, and whatever other, there's like a million different types of currencies out there. That paper money is actually tied to a physical asset somewhere, right? Now the issue is that the more that gets printed, the weaker that currency becomes, right? But people still print stuff in order to increase like the amount of distribution that there is. Mine country, it's because our currency is pretty weak. No one can seem to fix it. They just make it worse. Yes. So there's different ways to fix it. So you'll actually see on, in fact, if we go look at like, let's see if we do like the stock market. So we go up looking at like the dollar value and stuff. So typically what a lot of people do is we actually do a comparison from the United States dollar to the euro, right? So you can even see like if we go back, let's say 5 years here. So when you're looking at this, you can see that the value of the dollar to the euro, for a while there was a time there back in 2020 there where we were starting to go down on this, right? And then there's periods where we actually come up here, and then we actually went a little bit above where the dollar was actually beating the euro, which hasn't been that way for a bit. If we did max, you can even see, you know, way back here in the 80s, which is as far as this data is going apparently, dollar was actually pretty strong. Then it comes down here, and you can see that very few are the times. So like right about there. So at the start of the year 2000, we were matching and then above the euro in price, right? But then after that, you can see from 2003 on, we've been stuck under the euro pretty much that entire time up until a little bit more recently. Now that's not a direct correlation with inflation, but you can see how like a lot of these currency, like the exchanges and how you can see how sometimes the dollar itself may not have gotten stronger, euro might have gotten weaker in some cases there, and then in some cases the dollar actually did increase in strength too, so it's a little bit easier to see with the more commonly used currencies, so such as the dollar and the euro. But you can get some of these comparisons with like the, is it Japanese, is it yen? You get like the yen to the euro, Australian dollar, Canadian dollar, and all that. So I like to use this kind of as a comparison so that you can get some really good indicators, so then you can get a bunch of other different ones here. Oh, it even has the Emirates dirham, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but Hong Kong dollar. So you look at all of this, and you're gonna find, you can probably find the currency you're looking for, and then just compare it to some big country currency. Commonly, typically what I see is most people compare it to the euro, because the euro actually encompasses quite a few countries within it, so the reason that that's good is because it has all these different countries that are using the euro, and so there's a bunch of different management levels that are going into it, meaning that it has more of an average than the dollar, which is mostly pretty much regulated by the United States. But the benefit of the United States dollar is that not only is it like a federal thing, but then you have all of the states in the United States with their state governments and their regulation things can also have an effect on the dollar. So I would do euro, dollar, and then like whatever other currency after that if it's a larger country. In terms of the global market and economy, that's what I would compare whatever currency that you're wanting, that you're interested in, looking at that. So, like I said, I'm not qualified. I'm not like a financial expert. I don't have a degree in, what do they call it? It's not economy itself, but like, but in dealing with economy and all that type of stuff, I don't have a degree in that, but I do like numbers, so I have thought about that kind of stuff at like a very surface level, and that is kind of like the general surface bit that I would say with it, is you have to try to find a way that you can balance the rising costs of things, because that's the thing is, one of the big things is the longer that a country is around, they are always prone to inflation, and inflation just increases over the lifetime of the country, right? So one of the, well, I guess this isn't exactly like country lifetime, but one of the big drivers of World War II was actually a result of the end of World War I, where Germany got shafted, basically. So they had all these restrictions put on them, and then their currency basically became next to worthless, right? So that was a problem, and because of that huge economical strife that was put on it, they actually ended up printing more and more, trying to like combat it, because their thought was, well, if we print more money, there's more money available to people that can get distributed, and then they can purchase more things with this. But the more that you print, the less value it has, and they went so far with it that it just caused so many problems. So again, inflation, kind of, but it was more like an artificial inflation. Very similar to what has happened just recently with the United States. Everyone knows that the reason that we have these recession fears in the United States is because of artificial inflation, right? So why did we have to get artificially inflated? Well, for one, there are a couple of wars going on right now, like the Russian-Ukraine war has been going on for a while, right? That can raise a lot of prices just from global strain. But then there's also been that more recent one that's broke out over, oh my word, I just saw it like a week or two ago. But it's over in the Middle East again. It's between Israel and shoot, I can't remember now. But there's a lot of global stuff going on, and good news, we live in a global economy now. So something that happens like all the way across the world. Oh, Palestine, that's the one, yes. So no matter what your thoughts are on who's right, who's wrong on Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine, whatever, that doesn't matter. What matters is that it has an impact on the global economy because a lot of those players there have allies that have access to resources that are distributed globally. And they can, you know, push their allies to restrict some of those resources, and sometimes they do it by force. Sometimes they have access to resources themselves that they'll cut off, or they do like a super high charge. There's different ways that wartime economies impact things. So a lot of people will remember from history classes that during World War II, one of the benefits that we got from World War II was that we actually sustained a very good economy off of World War II in terms of, like, you know, Lend-Lease and basically distributing arms over to Russia and to the Commonwealth, the UK deal, supplying arms to France and all that, and then entering ourselves and all that stuff, right? A lot of deals were made with all that. Oh, and not just weapons, but like vehicles, ships, tanks, supplies in general, and all that. So our wartime industry ramped up, and when all the men pretty much went away, women came in and took over those jobs and like inserted in, meaning that we were able to sustain a higher industry while also being at war. And say what you want, but war is basically almost always profitable, especially if you're on the winning side. If you're on the losing side, it's a whole different story, but funny enough, even being on the losing side, you can sometimes still make profit off of it, but not if you're the losing country. You could be a player in the game that isn't a country, but a distributor of some sort, right? But that's a topic for another time. We don't have to dive into that right now. But yeah, anyway, I went off on enough tangents on there, but like I said, there's a whole bunch of contributing factors to how currencies work here. What are you going to play today? I don't know. I'm actually in the process of thinking about that while we're discussing things here. I got a couple ideas for what I could do. I might do some Tarkov because I do need to actually grind because I don't get a lot of time to play. So it probably would be a good idea to grind some of that. I have been meaning to get more into ranked league because I'm just sitting at like the bottom of plat. I would like to get up higher, faster. I don't want to take my sweet time climbing, but at the same time, I don't always have time off stream to play. Sometimes I get it, but not always. So I could do that. There's a bit of Factorio that we could do as well. I could switch up and try like another game. I know people were enjoying New Cycle when we were playing it last week and all that. And I haven't gone back to it this week just because it's been a little bit busy with things. So we could do that. I mean, there's a variety of options that we could do. I just don't know which one we're going to be swinging towards at the beginning here. So... Oh, and another thing. This is less of a stream thing and more just like a personal IRL thing, but I gotta say, I am very, very sad right now because I don't think that my homebrew campaign is going to be progressing anytime soon. So, just had to put that out there, that I am currently subconsciously in the back of my head lamenting that. And I actually was talking to Tia about it, like, earlier this week. So I've got like my book that I made that's got all my player information. This doesn't have all the information. I got a couple of notebooks here kind of scattered around that I've been collecting, so that I can make a condensed repository of information about the homebrew campaign, where it's been to at this point, because at this... It's been months since any of the players have really been able or willing to play. So I'm to the point now that if it goes too much farther, I'm going to forget everything that's happened, and it's going to be basically like starting over. So I need to write down everything and remember it. So that's also kind of why I was offering on Wednesday to actually tell the story. Because for one, it's an entertaining story, and it's actually it's actually progressed so far into a very beautiful story, in my opinion. But it was also kind of a way for me to try to remember everything that's happened. up to this point, and then try to keep in mind the way that I've designed the campaign, so that I can have like my key points down, and then I can have the skeleton of the campaign. I can like make sure that I refine it a bit more, because this is a campaign I'm actually very proud of. I spent a lot of time making it, and I would like to be able to run this with multiple players again and again. So this group was kind of like the trial group, so to speak. And to keep in mind here, so it's 2024 now, and they have been playing, let me double check here. They've been playing since basically the beginning of 2022. I don't have the dates for everything here, but I have some dates and some notes here from July 16th of 2022, November 5th, a couple different places there, so... At what age did you start working? I was kind of in a unique situation, and I actually started working at the age of 13. So it was a local job. Wasn't officially hired because there's laws against, like, you know, the age requirements for people now, but they basically wrote it as if I was doing kind of like how some kids do lawn care. And I guess if I counted lawn care and lawn mowing, it actually would have been earlier, would have been more like 11. Although it wasn't as regular, so I don't know if I personally would count it as working. But it was about 13. I started taking on some odd jobs. And when I was 14, 15, I think, I took a job over at a scout camp that's local here. In fact, I was there when it was opening. I wonder if it still exists. Oh my word, I think it does. Can I get pictures of it? There's a Facebook spiel of it. Can I just close that? Yes. Right here, Camp Tiffy. Tiffy, whatever. So I was a merit badge counselor here. This is actually in my area. Let me see if there's some good photos of it here. Yeah, okay, here you go. So actually, this is a pretty good shot of the valley that I live in. For those of you that are curious about that. Kind of wish that I could open this up. Oh, I can. Look at that. That's not a bad shot of, this isn't exactly the area that I live in, but this is actually overlooking a town called Mount Pleasant here. Is that in the middle of the nowhere? No, not quite. It's, you know, in fact, since we're on the topic, let's just go over here. Expose. I live in Ephraim, by the way. So over here in Mount Pleasant, let's get the satellite view here. So I don't know if it shows up here. I am not seeing it show up, actually. Snowkite launch. Oh, there it is, right there. So this is what you're seeing, okay? So this is actually overlooking over here. There's like this New Age development, Harvard Mechanical. So that's actually probably what you're looking at specifically. But Mount Pleasant is the larger area over there, so... Kind of grainy footage here, but I think Mount Pleasant is somewhere over here, and I think this is the Harvard Mechanical, and all that stuff. The question is... Do they give us the ability... Oh, you can kind of come up here. Kind of come up here. Let's come down here to this Pine Creek Ranch. Yeah, cool. So I don't even need that. So you can see right here, there's this road that kind of comes up and in. And then there's this that goes to Pine Creek Ranch. So when I was going through here, I think Pine Creek Ranch was a way that you could go through, but they didn't allow people in typically this way. So, and yeah, doxed for sure, by the way. So you can see, if you look right here, there's this like Pine Creek Road, then there's this Bob's Road that comes up. So there's a couple different ways. There's a lot of back roads and ways to get here. But we ended up eventually just taking this road, and this actually became more of a supported road now. Mountain Dell Scout Ranch, apparently, there now, in Camp Tiffy. So, I was a merit badge counselor here for wilderness survival, primarily, but I would also help at the archery range and sometimes the shooting range, but everybody, you know, the guns were more popular than the bows, which I thought was kind of a shame. And I did this pool right here specifically. I actually remember this very well. We did the like ice challenge, Arctic dip or whatever it was called here, and I almost won, by the way, just so you know. But keep in mind, I was 14, 15 at the time. I was skinny, real skinny, so I had no insulation on me. So that was very difficult for me to do. This was a good... Oh, they've updated this. This is actually way nicer than it used to be here. So when I was here... Let's see if there's a little shot of the living area. I kind of doubt it. Looks like they're doing most like the ropes course and stuff. You were still a loser? Yep, I still am one now. Today, as a matter of fact. Yeah, see, this building right here, this was not here. It looked nothing like this. We were there at ground zero for it. That's still the same. They haven't changed this at all. But I mean, it's also, it's a shooting range, so... I think pretty much all the rifles that you're going to see here, they're all 22s. It's nothing fancy. 22 LR was typically what we do. You can see there's a little brass bucket right there. Everybody was told make sure that you pick up your brass after, put it in, because we had people that would reload, well, they wouldn't reload the 22 shells. They'd take that to get recycled. But we did have the shotguns, and there were some guys that would actually reload shotgun shells. Mostly it was buckshot that they would reload. Still pretty cool. I'm trying to see if there's a shot of the living areas, because we were there, we spent the first 3 weeks in tents as they were constructing the cabins that the staff would live in. I'm not seeing it anywhere here. They started teaching CPR there too. They didn't actually do that at first. Okay, there you go. Holy cow, that was back in 2011 too. So this was still after me, by the way, but you can see some kids were hopeless. So one thing you have to keep in mind is most of these scout troops, quite a few of them were from around Utah, but we would quite often get scout troops that were from out of state. That was you with the shotgun? No. No, I would never hold a shotgun like that. You kidding me? You see how far back that kid's leaning? I guarantee after he shot that, they probably just didn't post it. I'm pretty sure that kid was floored. Just saying. Now, understandable for one thing, because obviously the shotgun's kind of big for him and that. But there is actually a way, and you can teach kids to do this, that you can actually, like, kind of hook the buttstock under you, and then you can still kind of do like a point shot with it. That's easier for people that have the shorter arms that are younger than that. But obviously you have to tell them to be careful with it. What are the chances he actually shot it, though? He did. 100%. If he's right there, you can see his fingers, like, just off the trigger there. If he's standing right there, I guarantee you that kid shot. He did shoot. Yeah, we don't let anybody hold a gun that's not going to shoot it. We were very careful about that. Same thing with the archery. I'm actually kind of sad that they're not showing the archery, because they had... In my opinion, they had kind of terrible bows. But I'm kind of a purist with things. So they were compound bows, Genesis, actually. In fact, I bet you I can find them. I think they were just like rinky-dink youth Genesis. Yeah, actually, it was these exactly. In these colors even, right here. So, pretty low power bows. Nothing too fancy about them. You adjust these right there. There's like a little Allen key thing. You can adjust the draw weight right there. I think they had a maximum draw weight of maybe 25 pounds. Nothing special. In fact, I bet you if we go look at the shop, we can see it. Is that not illegal? Is what not illegal? I don't know what you're meaning. Kids can't outgrow it? That's unfortunately not true. I want to see if it says here anything. Kid gun thing? No. Why would that be illegal? Energy released is set at 20 pounds. Comparable to that of the 35. Okay, yeah, so 20 pounds right here. So there's no draw length, which it's a compound bow, so it's technically true. So I actually overestimated it. It actually goes up to like pretty much 20. 35-pound recurve bow. I, in my opinion, taught you to shoot better, but that's just me. Just not used to guns yet. Yeah, so there's a difference between firing a gun and owning a gun. So keep in mind that when you're at a scout camp like this, in particular, you are accompanied by your camp counselors. So someone like me was a merit badge counselor in particular, and then I'd also have a camp that I was over that would go and check in on all the time. You also have your scout leaders, your troop leaders. So those are typically someone from their local area that they knew was always accompanying them. The kids were not allowed to ever hold a firearm without their troop leader around, bare minimum. And no one was allowed to touch the guns or the bows and that without one of the staff members around to actually, like, operate it, and help with that. We also, and this was kind of silly, but it made sense at the same time, we would always teach people to use bows like they would a gun, meaning that if they had an arrow nocked, they don't go with, like, swinging it around, pointing it inside of the firing line or anything like that. They keep it pointed down range type of thing. Another fun thing, actually, if I can remember here, I actually took people out on an overnight survival camp as well, as part of the survival merit badge thing, because what they have to do is they had to, at least at the time that I did it, they had to construct and actually sleep in an improvised shelter. I'm actually kind of wondering if we can see it from here, because here's the camp itself. So in the camp, it stayed mostly the same, because there's the pool. They've developed it a little bit more than what it used to be, so you can actually see, this is where the staff, oh, there's the staff cabins right there. So they kept those the same. I thought it was farther back, so they must have changed some of this a little bit, but... So over here there's this group pavilion, that they like to use. And then this is actually where the wood carving used to be. So right up here, there's this little pavilion bit up here. This is where we would teach the wilderness survival bit. And it included like rope tying and rope making actually from natural plant fibers. And then we would even, over here, this is actually where we would teach them to build like a rope bridge with different materials and all that as well. And then we actually took them up here. There's a little switchback. Comes over here. This looks a lot better than it used to, by the way. And kind of right in this area, you can see, it's a little hard to tell, but you see there's a lot of deadfall in this area. So I went and scouted this out myself and found all this deadfall, good stuff over here as well. And this was the area that they would do their overnight in. So you think about it, that's really not that far away, right? But at the same time, we wanted it to be within close access, and my requirement was that I needed to be able to pack basically an unconscious body from here back to here, to where I could get the medical attention if needed. Turns out that actually came in pretty handy, because we had a kid that passed out from getting his hand cut, so he was actually bleeding from here. So what I had to do is I had to kind of haul this kid up, and I did a fireman carry, and I had another kid come with me holding his hand up to stop the blood loss and to put pressure on it as well, so he had to be a little taller than me. And then I left one of the other merit badge counselors that was with me behind to watch over everybody else and make sure nothing else happened. And I actually walked him all the way down this road back the switchback. And at the time, we had a medical trailer, and that medical trailer was actually back over here at the time, back in this area. So it was quite a hike, I'll be honest with you. The good news was that most of it was downhill, so that wasn't too bad. I actually had to carry somebody from the nature center, a full-grown adult woman, actually. I had to carry them down here as well because they ended up having an issue as well. So that was fun. I had to do a lot of manual labor for a 14-year-old, come to think of it. So yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of life and times, as it were. So for a year, I worked here, and then I decided that I didn't like the quote-unquote volunteer pay that they were giving. It was not worth it. So I didn't end up going back and rehiring on next year for that one. But I do have some good memories of it. I do have some good memories. Like I said, they've built it up a little bit more than what it was. So yeah, there you go. So, in my opinion, I started working at the age of 13 when I took that first job just before that that scout camp job. And I've been working up until like, well, you can consider homemaker a job too, but up until I was like 28. I'm 30 now. 28, 27? 27? I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but yeah. So that's... There you go. There you go. We got any other questions? Because that went off on a pretty fair tangent, I'd say. Sorry if I took too long with that. I kind of was starting to get deep in the weeds on that one. Well, sorry I'm late. No, you're fine. No worries. We've just been talking. Went into a little bit of detail on the life and all that. Am at D&D. Oh, wow. There you go. Must be nice. I wish I was at D&D. Oh, man. Seto should be sorry. I am. It's true. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry that I'm taking you away from D&D, Chris. Feel free to go back. You can just close the stream, honestly. I'm not worthy of it. Don't care about your life, where's the games? They're coming, give it time. And playing Indiana Jones as an elf. Oh boy, that sounds like a time. Your tardiness, you owe at least one Pepsi to Seto? No. No, we're fine. Hilarious thought, by the way. To have Pepsi as currency, but that's fine. I could. If you're thinking like DoorDash or something, don't even bother. It is not in this area. Don't even try. If that's what the thought process was. Remember, we live out in the we live out in the boonies in comparison to a lot of other places, so we don't have any of that stuff. No luxury. That was the thought? Yeah, don't bother. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. We don't get stuff like that here. It's actually funny. I've never actually used DoorDash. I've never used Uber or any of that stuff. So mail order, I mean, I guess you could try. You could try. Don't know about that, though. Okay. So we actually took up a good amount of time, so that means we're not doing the D&D story today either. Which is fine, because over the weekend I'll actually, like, write it all down so I don't forget it. Because like I said, I'm just really sad about it, so I just kind of have, like, this itching urge to, like, carry on the story, but I can't because I need the players to carry it on, so kind of like this weird limbo state. So we're just gonna commit the story so far to paper so that we don't forget it, and then we're just gonna kind of archive it and hope that the players decide that they have the time to come back, because I'm so tired of trying to push for it. Channel idea, change the channel points to Pepsi points. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but we could do that. Change the logo to Pepsi or something. I kind of hesitate to change the logo. Just because I don't want to risk, like, some sort of a litigation or anything with that. The Harrier jet, though, that's a different story. The Harrier jet would be hilarious. I can't remember. That dude never did get his jet, did he? I'm pretty sure that ended, or is that story, like, still ongoing right now? Are they still pushing for that? I can't remember. Not logo of stream, just logo of the points. No, so that's what I mean. Even the logo of just the points, I hesitate. I mean, we could try it, but I don't know. We'll see. I can think about it over the weekend. I'll write that down so I don't forget. Since I happen to have all my paper and stuff right here. Because I do have a list of things that I'm hoping to get done over the weekend, but we'll see if any of them actually come to pass. Like channel points to Pepsi points or something. Alright, there we go. Okay, I got it written down. Written down and I'll think about it. But yeah, we've got 8 minutes left before we technically end the discussion portion here. So, any other questions before we move on? Or anything else that you guys want to discuss, you want to talk about? While you're thinking about that, I'm going to think about what we're actually playing here. Because like I said, I could do Tarkov. I do need to grind out some Tarkov. Because I am starting to fall noticeably behind people that get more time. 8 minutes of pure joy? Well, it depends on the person, I suppose. But we could do Factorio was one that I had been considering doing today. We could try doing some more New Cycle. Favorite dirty soda? What was it called? Hold on. Let me just make sure. Dirty soda is not just like alcoholic soda or anything, right? It's just like the soda mixes around here. Noticeably behind because we are in fact the same level now. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, I've had so little time that I'm getting caught up to. That's how you know that, like, you're behind. So, it used to be that I was, like, well ahead of most people because I would actually be able to get on and play, but it's... So, there's a couple factors in that, actually, by the way. You can't live where you do and all like dirty soda. I mean, I like soda shacks. I'm just making sure that I understand what you mean when you refer to a dirty soda. Because if it's just like a soda mix, then it's a Kickin' Ricky, is what it's called. Which I think it's a Mountain Dew and some other combo, but I can't remember everything in it. Like non-alcoholic? Yeah, Kickin' Ricky then. Kickin' Ricky. But yeah, so I'm behind on Tarkov because pretty much every time I get on, I'm getting like shooed into playing with people. And when I play with people, I don't focus on tasks at all. Which is fine, like, that's totally normal. I can still make money, I can still play the game. I just don't progress the character when that happens, right? And then sometimes it's like I get on and I'm just getting shafted. I get like those bad nights, so when you have less nights that you're playing, those bad nights tend to like feel even worse because you don't have more to like offset it type of thing. It's kind of the same issue that I have with League right now, is that I can't get on and I can't do League ranked. Because pretty much every time I was getting on League, I was getting, like, assaulted to play with other people and that. And right now, what's taking that up is the duo experiment, quote-unquote, with Famous that we've been doing. So, and that's not on my main account, meaning that it's pretty much just like I'm sending this effort and this practice on League that's going into an account that's essentially... It's a sync, right? It's not an actual progress bar that I'm like progressing, it's a sync, right? So yeah, I mean, like I said, there's contributing factors to why I'm not progressing as fast as I usually do with Tarkov, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying Tarkov either. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if that makes any sense. But yeah, but then at the same time, like Factorio, I've been wanting to progress that, but then I always feel like whenever I do Factorio that it's like my dirty little secret that nobody realistically enjoys it, so I almost feel guilty playing Factorio on stream. But then I also feel guilty for not playing it on stream because I feel like there's some people that do like it, but I never know when they're gonna. You know, I don't know. It's a weird thing tonight. So, get solo means only focusing on your tasks, not worrying about waiting for persons to catch up or plan tasks and whatnot. Plans tonight to go to a comedy show, so I'll be lurking later on. Oh, okay. Well, that ought to be fun. I hope you have fun with it. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's fun to play with friends, but I cannot deny it is far, far less than productive. Like, realistically speaking, it is beyond that. So, but yeah, like I said, the Factorio thing. Oh, and this is a... Love to watch you play ranked or solo for now. Oh, okay, I appreciate that. Like I said, though, with, So, I think Red brought up this question a few streams ago. I can't remember exactly how long. But he was asking how come I don't play games like PUBG and stuff anymore. Or like someone... Was it Beep? I can't remember. Somebody asked how come I'm not doing the... oh no, I think it was Rooney. You know, the Warzone warm-up before Tarkov thing, right? And I'll be honest with you, it's because that stuff was hurting views, right? I mean, you could realistically argue right now that what I'm doing now is hurting views because we only have 5 listed, right? So, on the one hand, there's just kind of the factor behind viewers where not everybody's always available for every single time. Definitely not been harassing you incessantly. I'm just really liking the wipe. Yeah, and that, like I said, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it does have an impact on that. And that's not what I'm talking about with this topic here. But PUBG's AIDS now with all the cheaters. That's a large reason why I stopped playing PUBG in particular. Was because of the cheater epidemic. And then I think, did PUBG go free to play also? I can't remember if that was the case or not. Let me look up PUBG. Because see, we played 144 hours, not bad, but... Yeah, so you went free to play. Once a game goes free to play, you're never going to get cheaters out of it, so why even bother playing it at that point? When I'd already paid for it and stuff, you know? Like, I lost out. That it's owned by Tencent now. See, and like... So Tencent has their fingers in a lot of pies. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be bad, but I cannot deny the last time that I looked at PUBG, it just seems like it's in such a state that I just cannot justify myself playing it right now. But then at the same time, the games that I really like, that I want to play more often, we've talked about this before, but so like Siberia was one that we tried for 7.5 hours. And I don't think people liked it, which is why we stopped. And then I'm just waiting for time that I can actually play it by myself and enjoy the story without, like, impeding stream and all that, right? But we tried, like, Total War Warhammer in the past, and it had, like, initial good traction and then kind of flopped. What was another one? We tried Foxhole. Foxhole's kind of niche, though, so I totally understand why people may not completely enjoy watching that one. We did do... What was another? So we've done, like, survival games, we've done DayZ, we've done Scum on stream. The reason that I ever stop playing games is because I feel like people don't have an interest in it. And if I feel like it's detrimental, then I don't play it anymore, right? So it was kind of like we played Isonzo for a bit. Where'd that go? And I enjoy Isonzo. I really like the game. But when I was playing it, nobody was watching it. So now it's just a game that I get on every now and then to play by myself off stream for a couple of quick games, right? I don't play it on stream because it's hurtful, it's harmful, it's detrimental. I'd love to see you play Broken Arrow play with you. I don't know how it would do for views. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know either. Because when I go around asking about this type of stuff, I can never get, like, I can never get a straight answer. Fake news, he never played Isonzo. Yeah, true. See, that's the thing is, when I tell people that I will play a game if you donate it and stuff. I play it on stream, and then I'll give it a try, and if people enjoy it, I will continue to play it. And people don't believe me, but I've done that every single time there's been a game given to me. Even Deep Rock Galactic took a little bit of time to get to, but again, it was because of a lack of interest. Now, I did play it, I did enjoy it, but it is not something that I'm going to go and play on my own in my spare time because I have so many other games I need to do. Baldur's Gate 3, I had high hopes for, that people were going to really enjoy this and, you know, enjoy watching me play it. I can't justify playing this solo anymore. I just can't. Believe it, I've seen it? Yeah. So, like, Baldur's Gate, I would love to make progress on my solo honor mode run that we made that character for and all that, but realistically speaking, nobody watches this. Nobody. Right? So at a certain point, you have to ask yourself, okay, at what point do views become the only thing that you base it off of, and then when do you just play what you want? And that's things like right now, for example, right? Where there's just the 6 right there. I can play whatever I want right now because it won't have an impact on the people that are already here. But when you're looking at like the double digits deal, and you're looking at, you know, like the 15 to 20 mark, they're usually there for whatever you're doing in the moment. So if you switch in that moment, you're running the risk of losing all the traction that you just gained, right? Hello, Tia. Sorry. We're at the end of like the discussion thing, so I'm almost done with my like rant. Yes. It's not really a rant, but I'm just like, I went down a rabbit hole and I can't get out. You know what I mean? What was the game played last week during a fair amount of views? It was New Cycle. So it was New Cycle. But here's the thing. I was playing New Cycle, and the last time I played it was January 24th. When was that? That was the day after my birthday, so it was right here, on Wednesday. Okay? On Friday, 26, we had Baldur's Gate thing, and then we played some Tarkov and stuff after that, so no New Cycle. Monday was another Tarkov thing. Well, it was actually the League thing because Famous shoot in on that probably about 3-4 hours before stream started to get some of that progress going. And then I had people begging me to play Tarkov, so no New Cycle. Wednesday, people were begging for the open lobby like a couple streams ago, so then I agreed to do an open lobby on Wednesday, meaning no New Cycle. So now keep in mind, it's been a full week, almost a week and a half since I played New Cycle. If I wanted to get in on the real cheese of this, I needed to stay on it while it was still fresh, while it was still new. I've now been out of it for so long, I will no longer gain the benefit of people that are just picking this up or just seeing it for the first time here. They've gone on to other creators, and I guarantee you this will not do as well as you think it will. New Cycle now? We can do New Cycle now. But I'm pretty sure that it's not going to do as well as you think. Might have a couple more viewers and stuff, like people might see it, but for whatever reason, trying to explain it is always a challenge nowadays. People be camping the exfils. Yes, it's interchange, especially Embercom. Hey, Omen. But yeah, so that's the thing is, I hate to say it, but I have to think about this type of stuff whenever I stream if I want to take it even remotely seriously, and it does get a little draining. Understandably so. But there's some days that I just don't care, and I'll just play whatever I want, because most of the time that I play games is on stream, and then I'm trying to do other things. The occasional game comes off stream, but most of the time, most of my game time is actually here on stream, so. Or I can be honest, our wife is a friend over his ass to help entertain. Huh? To help entertain? You're saying that your wife isn't very entertaining? That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. What do you think about that, Tia? Hey, wait. I just saw the auto mod thing. I love that it blocked it even with the star in the middle. That's funny. me a pussy because I'm running the Saiga 12 gauge with 20 round mag. Okay. That's their opinion then. Well, I guess enough of that topic. So let's see. So yeah, we could do new cycle now, but if we're doing it in the interest of like spiking views, the time has passed. In fact, I guarantee if we actually go look at new cycle right now, if I were to change the category, before there was like 15,000 views and stuff, and then by the time Wednesday hit, we were down to 700 or something. Yeah, there's 203, according to that. 719 followers. It's a very niche title. If I wanted to break into new cycle, I have to like play pretty much only new cycle. And at this point, I can't tie myself down to one thing just like that. Now, they wanted to play the Family Feud card game, which needs an outside person to play the host while the other two guess the answer. Ah, okay, I understand. And they released you from that, did they? Alright, let's see. So on to the topic of what we're doing now. So like I said, there's games that we could make some progress on. We could, you know what, how about, let's just start with new cycle since it did kind of get brought up here. At the very least, we can attempt to finish the bunker run thing. Let's see. Do like hard mode. Line playthrough. Let's hit that. We'll go ahead and just kick on into that then. Because their friends need to leave soon. Oh, I gotcha. I would say Palward may boost, but geez, it's so saturated. That's the thing. So, I don't have like a particular interest in Palworld, like, on the surface. I think it looks fun. But if I'm doing it in the interest of the stream, I can't do Palworld because it's saturated. League has kind of a similar issue, but the difference with League is that I've already got people that are interested in League here. I've already got people interested in League here, so there's already a community around it. I'm not playing League to expand. I'm playing League to cater to the current community. Does that make sense? Well, the background reminds me of like a D&D tavern. That's pretty much what it is. But yeah, so when I'm playing League, that is highly, highly selfish of me to play that. And it is for my own personal, like, growth, gain, ranked, and all that stuff. And then it also caters to people already in the community, like I said. It's not meant for growth. Every time that I play League, I do not grow. Just so you know, there is no growth that happens there. And technically, there's not been any growth, really, with new cycle, because people just kind of come, they watch, and then they disappear. They just leave. And that's fine. That is okay. Because people will stay and watch what they want to watch, which is exactly how it should be. Yeah, there you go. We talked a little bit about the back end of stuff, so we can... Alright, let's see. Let's look at our... Oh, click on Fair Meal. Come over here. Alright, so we had to kick back some resources, looks like. And we have some power issues, as always. Let's see. Yes, gotta remember this now. So we are in danger of actually dying on this run, by the way. So the reason that we're in danger of that, I'm gonna... Okay, that... The reason that we're in danger of that is because, one, we have, like, this massive power draw issue going on that we have not been able to solve as of yet. The other issue is that for some reason our water is just not keeping up. So we're not entirely sure why. And one of the reasons might be is because we are playing on the steppe map, which is one of the harder ones. We do acknowledge that. But one of the other issues that we have with that is, because we're playing on this particular difficulty setting too, is that we have to account for quite a bit of stuff. And for some reason, this one says that there are no logs produced per day. Oh, it's because we don't have a road even. To do that, then we have to do a loading zone. So that should help a little bit with our issues. We'll do a loading zone. There, well, I wanted to do a loading zone, but we're not going to do that there. Then this is just a wasteland that gives us no benefit to get that up at all. Over here, there is coal, so we do want to do a mine and then a loading zone when we have that opportunity. But there is a good chance that we will be losing out on this here. So let's come have a look around. Let's see. So we're not making enough tinned rations. And that's going to come down to, realistically, the lack of power. Not necessarily lack of manpower on things, but let's kind of kick this up a little bit. And it's going to give us the tutorial stuff here again, so we're just going to kind of click this. Slow this down because we're looking here. The Sector 1 has all this stuff, so the only thing that it's lacking is actually power itself. So we've done this expansion bit probably a little too quickly. And in the end, I believe, our main issue is actually that we're lacking coal. So in order to feed that coal, we need to run around to all of our mines and switch everything pretty much to coal. Which this one is. This is just a basic mine. So we need to upgrade this. Then we need to upgrade that, because that gives us our deal here. So we do that, and hopefully that's connected. We'll find out soon here. That looks to me like it is connected. So yep, we're lacking water again, because we don't have the pumps running. So we do that, and then hopefully that gives us enough coal to satisfy our energy production. Try to speed through it and see if it comes up. Power's slowly coming back. It's straining. As soon as that power comes back, you can see the water starts to kick up too. Okay. There we go. So now you can see that we've got a lot of things producing now because we actually have power, which is very important. Was that connected? Wow. That's awesome. We lost an entire residence. Just like that. I think they messed with the key bindings a little bit, because for some reason my E rotate key is going forward. That's pretty neat. It's not what I want. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Apparently I can't build there. For some reason. Oh, you know why? Because these ruins are still here for some reason. I've noticed that's happened pretty much every time I've booted up this save. That has not been fixed yet. I did send in a ticket on that. We'll see if something actually happens with that. Ooh, you know you want to fit. That move forward on the E is really annoying, actually. Okay. Perfect, so we got that. We fixed our power. Diesel's still having a bit of trouble. Water's barely keeping ahead right now. So, let's look over here. This needs a workforce, which will in turn need a additional food supply. Kind of bump up whatever we can here. For some reason that's not adding loading zones. There we go. Don't know exactly what dictates that all the time, but looking over here, so the highlands, not us. I think we need more train stations to hit more of these zones, but that looks like it does connect. Because it seems to me like you could have one train go to one location and back. So I think they're essentially bi-directional trains here. Funny enough, last time I used my laptop was to watch your stream. Oh, really? Oh, how about that? Oh, there's a well there that needs to be built up in a loading zone there as well. Which we also need a road. Help. Need to be making more tinned rations too, looks like. Ooh, a diarrhea outbreak, that sucks. Okay. With what? Oh, the diarrhea thing? Yeah, no, that was
I was like, but that is sure that they just post.
No, that was in game. I probably should have said something to clarify that for people that were just watching. That's a little awkward.
Wait, what? Because you were like this.
Yeah, that kind of just slid its way in. Sorry.
Oh wait.
Yes, in the game. Specifically in the game. Do the trains take time traveling, or are they physical entities, or is it like over time transfer good? I think it's over time, so they give you the illusion of travel and stuff, but as you can see over here, we've got... There are the trains here, they do give like the impression of moving, but you'll notice you're not actually seeing product like being quote-unquote unloaded off the trains. It's just kind of giving these animations that give the illusion of it being interacted with. And it's the same thing up here, so you can see like there's people that walk, there's the trains themselves right here as well, but it just contributes to the overall like how much over time are you getting type of thing. So not quite as cool as the actual entities moving and stuff, but you still get like, you know, the bonuses, so you can see this much per day, and all that. So yeah, so I actually want to build a mine there as well. Yeah, if I have to restart this, I would definitely do this much more different. But so far, it looks like everything is now coming together as well, so that's good. Right there, we've got more people that can get more ore. I'd kind of like to get them an actual tool supply, but I don't want to see. So right now, 120 water, 67 iron, and then when this loading zone's complete, we should see a significant increase in those. Right there, 220, 123. But I think you can then expand that even further by sending trains to these actual locations. So we need to increase our workforce to all of these outposts, these outlying areas. So we need coal. Always need coal. We need everything. Is this the hardest difficulty? No, this is the second hardest difficulty. I went easy on myself for the new game and all that, so I apologize. It's not quite as cool as going max difficulty. So this one we can build a loading zone there as well. And then, like I said, I think we need to supply trains. We need more trains to take advantage of all that. So we've got this train station here. So we're actually going to build the locomotives for each of those, which means that, unfortunately, we also have to supply diesel. And one of the other things I found out is that our oil here really sucks, by the way. So I think that's the only oil field that we have access to, because I've been looking around, if I recall from last time, and there is no other oil veins to tap whatsoever. And I thought, oh, okay, coming from Factorio, that's fine, you know, this'll work, you know, this does enough, right? I hate to tell you, it does not. It definitely does not do enough. So let it be known, oil, very important. There you go, good little twist on that there. Amber, did you play Timberborn? Yes, I have. I haven't played the Badwater update yet, though. But I have played Timberborn. And Timberborn's fun, but it suffered from the same issue as, like, all the other games I talked about, where I start playing it, there's an initial interest, and then it dies, right? So remember, that's what drives a lot of the stuff, is if there's not enough interest, and I don't see it getting any, like, traction, I'm going to give it up in favor of something that is actually working and is successful. So yes, the Badwater update did come out. I will probably play that game on my own, because that's the only time I can, like, realistically play it, because playing it on stream is almost wasteful. And I emphasize the almost because you can make any game work if you have enough people realistically. But the caveat is that you have to have enough people realistically to make it work. So okay. So we solved our energy crisis, and we've solved our water crisis, which was the only things that we needed. Because remember, we don't care about the rest of this anymore. We're trying to complete the bunker to fulfill our objectives here. So one of the things that we need to do is we need to build this sector here. So we're going to start that going. But I don't know. Something that I was checking. So I see right here it says 1,000. But is that energy for the whole thing? Or is that how much energy we have to supply to it? And I can look at it right here. So our electricity production's right here. And I can see that we do not get any energy from the bunker as it supplies things. So it's on a separate grid, which kind of sucks, actually. The only reason that sucks, by the way, is that I can't use the bunker to amplify the power of the overall settlement. I have to find other ways to make that work. Kind of hoping I could upgrade that stuff, but let's see. Is there something that I can research that would expand? Oh, the greenhouses would be good. Advanced distillery, recycling facility. Let's up those. And then let's look at while we're slowed down here, we're gonna look at petrol, industrial forge, metal processing, the advanced water pump. We already have those. Vocational training, recycling. Wastewater is recycled. Ooh. So that could be something, actually. But where is the greenhouse? Dude, really? The fires are like the most annoying thing. Because I feel like the full response doesn't actually solve anything. Dire need for cemetery. What? It's a cemetery built. There. It's kind of annoying because that cemetery was working for a long time. Ooh, that E going forward is really going to continue to irritate me. Okay, so here, maybe. Something like that, yeah. Send the dead downriver to someone else. Yeah, you would think. But nope. Barn, orchard. So, have I not? So where's this greenhouse then? I feel like that should be in this tier 3. And yet I don't see it. Nowhere. Try tier 2. Cemetery, guardhouse, infirmary, production, sawmill, kitchen. Oh, there it is. That was not in a very happy place. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this greenhouse idea and we will go right here. We're gonna see if this can help amplify a couple things. I know it takes a bit more electricity, but we're desperate. Alright, so here we have to just clear the debris. Debris? Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Debris, and we need to make a general workshop and get some more rations going. We might have to make a third one. Because I know there's only a few of these that we've had going. And this sucks. Because that's just further raw on power, and as far as I can tell, we do not have the means to truly supply that kind of power like we would like to. Alright, so we got sector 2. Now, we need here the electricity. Multi-generator would be good. We do that, and then we'll do another ventilation thing, I think. Condensation chamber, and then we'll come back look at the rest of this. Well, we'll try to get some better living quarters here, I think. 60. Yeah, we'll do a prison layout one, because we just need to house people. Okay, difficult list. People are right to be nervous. If you think about it, it's a miracle of our willpower that we can even continue our daily routines at this point. To disperse the air of uncertainty, we should at least set certain rules for the population to be admitted to the bunker. It seems the surest solution is to set a roadmap by first accepting that we will never return to the surface again. Okay? It would make sense to create a healthy and young population that can continue our lineage. Or we can choose a different path, leaving this choice to the people. It may be worth repeating, but we must remind you these choices will directly affect whether we can live on in the future. Let's see. Set conditions, locate a series of indicators and announce the people who meet these conditions. Everyone should have a chance. We draw lots. We all live in the same world. Let the people choose. That's a thought. I think, realistically, there should be some conditions and stuff. We should select the right people for it, so we'll do some indicators. Which seems semi-draconic, but at the same time, if you think about it, it makes sense. So I think E and W keys must have just been double mapped. Oh, controls are coming soon. That sucks. Okay. I haven't had a need to actually check that, so... Group of strangers rejecting right now. Because we can't sustain a population larger than this, we can barely sustain what we have now. Okay. Let's see. Need these. I don't even know what that resource is. Oh no. Oh no, it's bugged. I wonder if my save file's just bugged. That could pose a problem pretty quickly here, actually. So let's try to just kind of ramp up a couple things. So tinned rations. Because tinned rations should get everything else moving. And let's disable... No, that's not enough of a... Smelter, kitchen, quarries... Now, we need to solve the core issue, which is lack of coal. We need to go out to everywhere that has coal as part of the mine, and we need to try to amp those up. Iron. That's tin. Oh, that's unfortunate. Iron, iron, iron. I think that one's coal, but it has no... It has nothing built up on it, which sucks. Sucks a lot, actually. Okay, so this is one area that does have some coal. We can try to make use of that. This does as well. Okay, so I think all of these are actually valid locations to try to snag some more coal. So we'll have to wait for those. And just pray that everybody holds on tight for a bit, which they probably won't. Because like I said, I don't have a lot of faith in this ending in a good way for us. I'd like to have faith, but I mean, when I see this, and I don't even know how much of that... Oh, it's right there. Okay, so it's just the layout's bug, so... That makes me feel a little bit better, at least. This has coal, right? Nope, it does not have coal. Okay, let's go back to that. Okay, that sucks. Is there... You don't have any coal either. You've just been pulling iron. Oh, let's see. So what if we do... I'm just looking to see if there's anywhere that I've missed. I think the answer is no. There's nowhere that we missed. Really sucks, actually. Oh, wait. Oh. No. Let's say you do have it. Upgrade. It still says mineral deposit. It's not showing me. Oh. It's gonna whine about the electricity, I guess. That seems buggy. Oh no. It is buggy. So we need this to go up here where we can actually select and see it. Is it really not? There. See if that helps with our coal issues. Hope it does. Oh boy. A horrific fate. Chief, we think this— oh no, I think I lost. We think this is the end of the road. All our measurements, all the work, all the results that we checked, rechecked. We know for certain we haven't made a mistake, though we wish we could believe otherwise. We've already started to read results that we did not expect to see for at least another century. This is proof that a catastrophic end is creeping up on us right from under our noses. Drought or the destruction of the entire atmosphere are no longer high priority problems. Even though we cannot see it with the naked eye, the sun's rays will cause fatal damage to everything living on the surface, before any other factors come into play. We know how the process works, but we don't have the technology to measure it. Our observations on species that are less resistant to this effect show that we can remain on the surface for 5 to 10 years at most under this rapidly diluting atmosphere. Even during this period, harmful effects may occur, but no matter what, we must do everything we can to avoid this silent death. We must focus everything on preparing a bunker. Yup. Okay, so it's not the end, but we now have, like, a pretty clear time crunch that we need to get on. So, let's get on it then. So here we've got some energy, so now we need to focus on food. So right now it's a plus 25, so we can do this, and then we need to have more water. And then we're still lacking some ventilation, but let's do logistics here. So it's kind of a balancing act, obviously, right now. So we do that, then we do another ventilation. We'll do that 18, and then I think we do a second electricity production bit. From the multi-fuel generators right there. And while that's happening, we're going to build yet another sector. Okay, so we're just going to try to blitz down the bunker at at this point. Because really, I think it's the only thing we can do, since we have, like, maybe 5 years, maybe 10, but we're gonna go with 5. So it's gonna be a lot of building and then waiting and making sure that we watch a lot of this other stuff up here. Because at this point, advanced water pump resources exhausted. What? That's a thing that can happen? Well, it's a good thing we built all that other stuff then, huh? We'll deposit this. Guess we just turn it off then, right? I'm assuming that just means the local water stuff has ceased. And I think we're still getting some from off-site. Oh boy, hereditary hazards. Although we understand that the bunker has established rules that govern its residents in a fair and humane manner, there is one issue we must take very seriously. Unfortunately, some of us carry diseases inherited from our ancestors. We cannot risk harboring hereditary diseases while trying to save our species with a handful of people. We need to come up with strict rules. Please consider carefully. This could determine the future of our species. Okay. We have to allow this reality to drown out our conscience. People with ancestors with hereditary disorders, as far as we can trace, cannot settle in the bunker. We need a middle ground. Anyone who does not have a contagious or obvious disease can be chosen. Diseases of previous generations will not be included in the valuation. Anyone who meets the other requirements can be selected as a settler regardless of health. So I think we go for a middle ground. Because I think trying to eradicate all hereditary diseases is unreasonable. But I do think that since this is looking at the future of humanity, I think that some precautions should be taken. So I think we go for the middle ground. As long as it's not like too detrimental of hereditary diseases. That's what I'm going to go with. And hopefully that's not too bad. And it looks like we're barely going to meet the water requirements. So hopefully that just sustains us for a little bit longer. The fair meals are still coming out nice. Here, I think. Try to get some vegetables. Well, actually, I think we need herbs for the medicine stuff to try to combat some of the BS that we've got going on. So before we start building anything in this third sector, we need to wait and see how this all pans out here. Because I believe we were trying to snag 500 or something? Was that the limit? No, 125. Now what got struck? Another residence building? Yeah, I can't even be bothered to waste time on that. I can see that we've got some people dying of illness. I hate to say it, that might be okay at this point, though. So I think we would try to give regular distribution to the working class here. And hopefully that doesn't tank us too hard. Nope, that is going to shaft us, I think. Maybe? We need to give it a little bit of time. Oop, that will definitely destroy us. That sucks, so we need to go for half or medium. Oh, man. I hate to do that, but kind of a survival mode right now. So that underground well should help with most things, I hope. So let's go ahead and start over here. So 85. We're trying to hit that 125 is what they said. So let's look at the coordinates. Stack. So we'll do cramped right there, and then we're going to do a rainwater basin there just to kind of help ease things along. Do another multi-fuel generator. Here, circulation ducts, I think, fine. Logistics looks like it's okay, so we need production. So let's do the compartments angle right there, I think. And then we'll wait and see how that all looks. And stretching that all out, I know that kind of runs a risk in and of itself, but the hope here is that if we hit that 125, maybe that'll make people a little happier with it. Maybe. I'm really hoping that we just kind of power through this, even though people are kind of suffering a bit with the illnesses and all that. Again, not ideal, but I can't think of anything else to do at this time with it, so we just kind of have to roll with it, just power through and hope that these all make it. I got a bunch more of these generators starting to come out now. I think those generators do take up quite a bit of ventilation, so hopefully it's not full. Yeah, I think we have to wait and see the end results of these two before we can, like, flesh out the rest of this. Realistically, we probably jumped a little too far ahead on spreading these all out, because now these are all going to be kind of slow, but yeah. Hoping that adding on to the herbs, helped a little bit with things. I'm just gonna add more people just to kind of buffer a slight bit. Five days, 9 days, 27 days, 9 days, 30 days. Ooh, we actually don't have... Really? What is, construction, consumption, buildings, so probably from like this, I would imagine. Is doing a good chunk of it. A good chunk of that, consumption, so to speak. Trying to think, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? I don't think we do. I think we just stick to it and just pray at this point and hope that we complete the challenge here. So we'll hit this up. So that underground well completes, that spikes that up, and then we'll have the obvious costs there, which will have the generator come in. This production bit will also kick up a few things. We just need to see if it'll sustain itself after that is the big thing. Because right now the current state of our workforce is what it is. There's just not much that we can do about it. We just have to pray. Alright, so now we come over here. So now everything is pretty much good. We got the production hall compartments there as well. So now we want these to kind of build up a little bit, let the workforce carry this on. So we hit that. So obviously that's going to take more power there, but we did hit the primary goal of the capacity. Prove we cannot stop the end of the world. We can still fight to keep ourselves alive past it. We just now take a step further and once again be a light to all people. Okay, so that gave us a small success. Now they want us to increase it to 200, which we're already planning to try to do more of that, and it shouldn't be too bad. But we need to see... So we're obviously going to need more logistics here. I'm going to just slap a storage right there. Then we're going to see how these two affect things. We are going to need more food. 535, the indoor farm, which is gonna need lumber, so we have to wait for more lumber. Interesting that we're still suffering. Oh my... Just do nothing, honestly. I can't afford the water cost on it anymore. It's the main hall. We're gonna upgrade this. And try to pump out more lumber. Because our window is beginning to rapidly close, and that's not a good thing. So... low it down. Perfect, that should be just enough to get that rolling. Ooh, that was some frame drop on that. So now we gotta come over here. And like I said, we need the indoor farm, but we need to produce the lumber so that we can actually construct it first. Then we'll need more ventilation, currently is what this says. Apparently, you're still not producing enough lumber, so we're going to switch some of these gears over to lumber instead of paper. Since we've been maxing out paper for a bit anyway, I think that's fair. There we go. Now, 43, it needs 60, so we need to hit the 60. There we go. Indoor farm, and then since we already know that ventilation is needed, do air treatment ducts. Right there, so that will max that out. Okay, and then... Great. So if nothing else, I believe we have at least a sustaining bunker, if not like a perfect one. Let's see. Wire. Steel is up. I need steel. Be an issue. Yes. Yes, it is an issue. Okay, we need to switch some. How's this been inactive this whole time? That's crazy. Switch it over to that. Tools. Also need the wire. Pretty terribly, actually. Oh man, merchant. Let's see. Sure, let's try to get some of those tools. There we go. Alright. Okay, if nothing else, I'm hoping that maybe if we just get this into like a good enough state, maybe things will be okay. That could just be me coping too, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure I'm coping. By quite a bit. So I'm going to switch over some of our copper wire production over to steel and pray that that's enough to get the steel on par with things. It's probably not, though. Can't understand what it's doing. Okay, so right now the bunker itself is actually stable. So that's actually a very good thing. The only thing that sucks in this current state of being is that we do not have steel. Oh, you can just click fill all member slots. I didn't realize that. Not enough basic tools. That's fantastic. How about... Now, yes. Alright. So here's what we need to do. We need to do another general workshop, or is it a metal working? It's a metal works that does it. Okay, so we need to do this. Get that. Oh boy. So if we can, we want to attempt to ramp up the population. But we're not going to be fully expecting it to happen either. Because we're burning through years pretty quickly here. And every time that we burn through a year, that means that we have just that much less time to do anything. So we're going to keep our expectations low, but positive, hopefully. Stay as positive as we can, at least. So we're going to try to pump out a bunch more craftsmen here. We're keeping people kind of like in a pool right now to replace people that are dying from illness, because unfortunately that's going to happen a lot right now. It is an unavoidable truth, evil, what have you here. But we're switching from trying to be nice, you know, pleasant, you know, apocalyptic savants and saviors to it's the end of the world, it's time to man up type of thing. And it's time to look at the actual future of humanity, so to speak. So they're dying for the greater good at this point, is what I'm saying. We are just cannot get that steel for some reason. Oh, we're slowly starting to kind of claw up there, looks like, but we need more so bad. Just gonna slap another one right there. Come on. This is the one thing that does suck, is that the construction waits for an entity to actually arrive there. So that can be a bit annoying, but... It's okay. Son of, I just have to clear that, I guess. We're like, I feel like I'm deleting steel somewhere and I don't know where. That's just what it feels like to me, like it's just disappearing into the unknown. I still get that red chevron going down. That is not good. Not good at all. Stone's still up there. That's good. Water's kind of finicky in general. Looks like we finally solved the coal issue. That's good. Nothing else seems to be suffering current. I just ran out of floaters to take over other jobs. Okay, we're still losing steel. Where? Oh, is it because... Is it going to all of our tools? Is that where all the steel sink is happening? Oh, good. Lack of power. Keep needing more cemeteries too. Sucks. It's like the dead just don't stop coming. Isn't that weird? Like there's always people dying or something. Crazy. Fake news though, is what I would say. Oh man, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be allowed to do anything more because I literally cannot make enough steel. And with the power issues happening again, because it's not the coal. Coal's not the issue. But we just had a bunch of people, and then a bunch of people also died, so that's cool. Oh, yes. Yes, please. So start replacing people too, if you will. How do you mean not enough resources? That can't be right. There you go. Okay. That's better. That's better. Iron, copper, tin, bronze. Yeah, can't do anything with that. Sorry, bud. Bye. Okay. $57 a day, consuming 60 a day. That's insane. How do we not? Okay, finally we're starting to see steel here. Will it stay? Will it blend? That's the real question. So in order to expand, we need 285, so we have to wait for that to hit 285. Which hopefully it does. At the current rate, it seems like we might actually make it there. Water's got some issues still, but I need to keep some people floating just to replace people that die. Which is, you know, an interesting thought to have, but kind of the state that we're in right now. Where are we eating up most of the steel is my question. Let's see, is there a chart? Lets me see that. Can I see like consumers? So if I come over here to steel, I can see total input, I can see total output, but what I can't see is what specifically is eating it. As far as I can tell. That's kind of something I wish that I could see in more detail, but... because right now, if I don't know what's actually consuming the steel in high quantities, I can't actually stop it. All I can do is just make more things produce steel and then cut out things like wire. Which sucks, because then I'm gonna be losing out on wire as well. But there's just nothing I can do about it. Except just try to ramp it up. Looks like the wire's still going up, so let's try to switch another one's gears over to that. Okay, looks like I've lost plenty of craftsmen that last wave. So let's see if we can fix this a little more. I don't think we're gonna make it. I think we're stuck with 125 people going in this bunker. I'll be honest with you. As much as I would like it to not be the case, that's just the way that I see this going. So, crank that. So now that I don't have a pool, as people die, I don't have anyone replacing them, which means that I'm gonna have to go through and check like key points and pray that there's enough of them. I'm probably losing people out here. Yes, I think I am. So, let's see. Yeah, I need more unoccupied workers, so that's a problem. And again, I'm not producing enough steel, even with switching a bunch of people over to steel production, which really sucks. That really, really sucks. Well, there's nothing I can do right now about it. We just have to wait. Wait and pray at this point and see if we can get enough going. Oh, why hello! How's it going, Fox? Yeah, I think we're toast. I think it's just a waiting game at this point. I can't get the steel that I need. So I think we just have to hope that our 3-tier bunker. Tia's playing ranked league over there, so she's a bit amped up here.
I'm holding it in really good for this game, okay?
I'm sorry. Please don't hate me.
Game is terrible.
I believe it. If you're
Older Yumi bot lane.
Oh, I'm sorry. My Minecraft buddy at the moment. Oh,
My team's
nice.
doing nothing. They're doing nothing too. We're not ending the game. Farming.
I'm
I
sorry.
hate it.
It looks like your team's behind.
Way behind. Got 6 kills to 19.
I'm sorry.
Nothing's happening in this game though. Stupid.
Seems mad. She's very mad. This is her mad voice. Yeah, that's good. League is such a bad game. How's it a bad game? I don't think it's a bad game. You just get like some infuriating people that you play with. I think the game design itself is actually really good. There's a reason people keep coming back to it, just saying. Oh my word, yeah. I think we just need to... we just ride this out. Ride it out. Because I don't think we're getting... Okay, well, that should help a little bit. I don't need any of that. You know what we do need? Steel. We need buckets of steel. We need oodles and caboodles of steel. It brings the worst out in people. Well, that's true of like any competitive game, though, to be honest with you. That's not a League exclusive problem in my eyes. Oh my word, you know what it is? It's clay. That's why we're missing clay. I just realized that's actually the root of our issue right now is clay. So we need to, oh my word, we need to upgrade this. Which in turn also needs steel. Hopefully there's enough steel to keep that going. Because I know we're making clay somewhere else, but that would actually greatly explain how come we can't get the steel output I'm looking for. Because we don't have any clay to go into the process, so... Yeah, League can be frustrating. I do agree with that. 100% agree that League can be a frustrating game. But at the same time, if you get the right mental state in it, it can also be a pretty rewarding game. Like, winning in League feels really good, in my opinion. It's just one of those like really, really nice feelings. At least to me. That may not be true for everybody, but whenever I play, that's how it feels. So, oh no, I have to get some special people. This too. Ooh boy. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's fill all those. And we just had a bunch of people. Yes, let's do those. Then we have to pull some of these to be specialists too. And then hopefully we can progress this far enough. So what are you doing in Minecraft? You just playing like survival, or are you actually like building something? What do we get? Actually, we got quite a few, so let's come over here. Let's do and let's fly back over here and let's get those. That gets us a start at least. And then when a specialist is done training, we'll then ramp it up a bit more. That should solve our clay problems, I hope. Which should then ultimately solve the steel problem. Come on, maybe 210 per day. Come on, that's totally gonna solve it, right? There's no way that does. Okay, we're finally actually getting steel, so that's a happy turn. We can keep that up. That might be really good. That is... just do nothing again. Like I said, I can't waste time on that right now. Now that we've got that going, we need to switch some of these back to wire production. As opposed to just the raw steel. Because now that we've solved the core root of the issue, we can actually work on beefing up the other things that need it as well. I hope. Year 45. I can't believe we haven't lost yet. That's kind of nutty to me. Oh my word, we are not making steel fast enough. Issue now. I'd like to upgrade our production abilities. Just cannot. So we're gonna disable that and have them available to like replace people, I think. Let's see. Try to up some of the tool production as well. We're still suffering. There are metalworks that's not doing steel that we can call off. Oh, I think we just have to make another metalworks actually. Which sucks. And now we're gonna suffer from power issues again, so that's unfortunately something that we can't change. So just the more that happens, the more likely we are to not increase our goal here. I'm still really annoyed by the E key pushing forward. That's just a rotate. So W and E both go forward, which is really, really annoying. I wish that they changed that, but... do some of that. Oh.
But my team was.
I'm sorry.
And at the end, that jungle difference. And the mouse a harvest thing. Shut up.
I'm sorry. She's very agitated, if you can't tell. Very spook. I creep. Someone save me. Oh my word, stop doing that. Where is the trader? Nope. Not onto that. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Bard. I appreciate that. Okay, yeah, so kind of like what I said before, this is sort of a waiting game at this point. This is not connected to a road network. That is cool. I thought it was. Let's see if we can fix that. Right there. Ta-da! Okay. Alright, so the steel is reaching an okay point. We are kind of gaining wire per day, but that doesn't change the fact that we just cannot keep up with this at all. So we're gonna make an attempt here, but it's not looking good. We're still going to try to like build out this this sector with the hope that we're given enough time to expand a little bit more, but I think we're reaching the dangerous territory now where at any point it's going to be evacuate to the bunker, get underground, you know, and game over type of thing, and then we see our results after that. Because like I said, this is not looking good for us right now. Not at all. Year 46. Yeah, so again, I don't know if it's a randomly generated time that they do for end of the world bit here, but I'm trying to crank this as much as I can here. Ooh, there we go, we got the sector facility. So now what we can do here is we can kind of plan out a bit. So we have a pretty solid base of most everything else here, right? Which is good. So what we want to focus on is we want to try to bump this to 200 if we can. So right now our living quarters apparently is stellar. We have a lot of space. We just need to be able to sustain all of that within that space. So we'll see if we can get that here. Or not. biggest thing is we have to wait for the actual sector itself to complete. Once it's done that, we can then start dishing out the work. So number one is we want to try to bump this to that 200 mark. So I'm anticipating 2 living sections here, and then we'll have to balance the rest of this off of that. Looks like we do have a little bit of leeway that we can work with here. So now we're going to slow this down. So let's look at living quarters, 40, 60 for the dormitories and all that. So if we do the stacked dormitories, that gets us to 185. We'll be good on water, good on food, good on production, good on electricity, good on ventilation, and good on logistics, actually. We'll do that, and then we'll do 80. We'll do 20. We'll do the cramped ones, and then we know that that's going to eat up some more food with that. And then we know we're going to need water too, so we're going to hit up the food again. Then going to hit up water in the form of, let's see, rainwater basin, which actually gives us some ventilation. Doesn't take anything else here. So we're going to actually opt for underground well, and assuming that we'll need electricity again. We're going to want to go for, we'll do the thermal exhaust turbines bit, and then we will evaluate from there. And while that's going on, in order to get to the 5th one, we actually need to store diesel, which is not going to happen. So we're going to try to be happy with the tier 4. This is going to be our flex bit right here, is what I'm thinking. So the first thing to complete should be first the prison layout dorm, and then the cramped dorm, which will hit the goal, but we do have the issue that's probably going to come up, where we might be deficient on some resource, but we do have a lot of floating values here, which means that we do have a buffer. So the hope is that we can use that buffer to kind of ease our way into this 4 right here, because we don't have the diesel to sustain going for the next tier. So I think we're pretty much just accepting that we're going to hit what we're going to hit here. So we'll just speed this up and just kind of just play the waiting game again. What a journey, though, huh? What a journey. Hard is definitely hard. I will say that right now. I am losing a lot of people here, but, you know, it's like post-apocalypse. What do you expect? Comes with the territory, you know? I do kind of wish, and this is just me, you know, being kind of lazy, picky, I wish that there was a better way to chart out the consumers and the producers, and then to shut down facilities tied to those things and turn them on an overall layout. That would be actually very helpful in managing all this, but I also realize that that's kind of a lot to ask for, so you can buy a 366 AP on the fleet anymore. Oh. Okay. That's nice. Sorry to hear that, bud. Oh, it was just a wind turbine. Oh, strangers, yep. Just more people to fill in the gaps. That's all we need them for, though. baby. That'd be real sick if I could just get at least that 200 mark. I think this is going to achieve it here. I bought last week. I can't bring it up anymore. Are you sure that no one? It's just that no one's listing it, or? It's checked. Oh, there you go. Looks like I can't escape Tarkov, even into New Cycle. Into the post-apocalypse, it follows me. Okay, so there's that. 7, 20, 12, 10, okay. So now these should start to speed up a bit more, just because the workforce gets freed up for all these. And then we can see our total values and make sure that we're solid on everything. Hopefully. Go into the 3 minutes no longer listed, and sorry, no, it's fine. This is just pretty much what we were discussing during the discussion phase. I just had my point proven. So, I just think it's funny. It's no big deal. Ooh, okay, so -1, -5, -2. It's not bad. We employ you to increase water distribution. We can't. You know why? We don't have the water. We just don't have the water, I'm afraid. Okay, we're gonna wait to click on that until this is done. I feel like that's gonna trigger something. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but there is just no water to go around, friends. Here's our discussion. No, we've talked about it in the past before, though, is the thing. It's pretty much just the topic of how it's funny, but like, so I was giving an example that people were saying, hey, you played that one game like a couple weeks ago. What was it that had like a whole bunch of people watching and stuff and growth? It's like, yeah, except that it was brand new, fresh out the gate. I'm playing it now. There is no actual interest in this game. You're talking about Tarkov instead, which is the reason why we keep going back to Tarkov, because there's ongoing, continuous interest in that. Nobody cares about what I'm playing right now. Nobody, at all. There's been like just dead silence, and all of a sudden a conversation starts up, but it's not about the game, it's about Tarkov. So, and that's another large reason why I tend to lose viewers on games like this, even though people were suggesting me to play this, and the people that suggested it disappeared. Again. So, like I said, it's just kind of one of those case in point example type of things. So we've increased the capacity there, and that's all well and good. So now we just look here, what are we lacking in? So power could be something. 6, 9, 10. So look at here, we got production, could go +1. Receive ventilation -5, because we're solid on that. Logistics -2, we're solid on that. Water -3, solid. Yep, so we can just do another generator there. And then if we happen to get enough diesel for this, we can go for it, but otherwise we are just kind of rocking it here. I've been watching playing Tarkov. Okay, but here's the thing. That's just the individual, right? And I'm not saying that there's nobody at all. But what I'm saying is that there is a distinct lack of interaction and viewers across the board when playing stuff like this. So this is kind of why I wasn't going to do it tonight, but I ended up doing it anyway, and that was against my own personal better judgment. This is the result, and this is why I'm bringing it up as a case in point for when I say something about a game later down the road, in the same light, the same vein. This is what I'm talking about. Does that make sense? So with that, now we've got all of that pretty much balanced out. Like I said, if we happen to get down to that 5, that's all well and good, but I mean, I don't see us getting down to that 5, so. So what I'm planning to do right here is I'm just kind of speeding through time and trying to see if we actually reach that goal. Kind of hoping we do, but I also don't know if we will. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna crush the maintenance building, and I'm just gonna rebuild it to satisfy that stupid objective that never went away when I built it the first time. So, just to get it out of my way. But yeah, so, like I said, it's just kind of a... It's like it's a point of frustration type of thing. So, not like pointing fingers, not saying anything like that. I'm just saying this is the reason, this is what you see, this is the result, and this is why we make the decisions that we do make. It's got nothing that I want. So, do wish that it was different than that, but what can you do? I guess in order to solve the diesel issue, we could come over and just fuel 8 out of 9. Just turn that off. We actually just turn all these off temporarily. Build up the diesel that we need to expand this one more level, which is just 55, and pray that our production in other things keeps up. I'm not confident in, I'll be honest with you right now. Turn all these on real quick. Just to see, because I'm worried that we're going to lose out on too much water. So I'm not entirely sure what exactly all the bars mean right here, but apparently we have the living quarters, but it looks like some of this other stuff might be lacking, which I was hoping that wasn't the case, but I'm now beginning to wonder if it is actually the case. Okay, we can't increase water distribution because we don't have the water, and keep asking us to increase the water, but we can't. They're not quite tracking that, apparently. Because the big thing is that we have all this drought, but the bunker supposedly has what we need to sustain stuff, so I don't understand why we can't just use some of the bunker facility bits, but that's fine. Let's just come down here. I'm gonna disable all the trains, try to build up the appropriate diesel fuel that we need, because that can only be done here, which we need crude oil, and we only have these things of crude oil. We have nothing else here. So people that said for him to go ahead and play it, no longer here talking about the game, then I stuck with Hongo type about Targ, which has proved his point dealing with games that he did. Not as much as it was when it first came out. Exactly, yeah. That's pretty much exactly what I'm saying. Wonder who those people are. I'm not going to name any names, but they know who they are. That is a lot of games he does play, but he sticks with games like BG3, Tarkov League, most interesting because those games got the most attention. That makes any sense. Not BG3. No, do you know the only reason that I do Baldur's Gate 3, the group, like, honor mode thing? It's because you guys want it, right? I want it too, because I really want to do the honor mode run. I do the solo honor mode run, and no one's around for those. I've done them a couple times, and people just straight up disappeared, so I stopped. It is what it is, you know what I mean? Nothing you can do about it. So that's more of like, I kind of brought it up before, where I have a couple games of like selfish, guilty pleasure type of things that I play without the goal of actually making anything work on it. So one, for example, is actually League. I don't grow when I play League. I do it because we have an established community already that likes League. Now, there's some benefits to that, but there's also quite a few detrimental bits on that. I didn't know BG3 wasn't getting the attention. My apologies. So think about this. Every time that we've played Baldur's Gate 3 on stream, have you actually noticed that interaction has gone up or down? Have you noticed viewer counts at the times that we do those things? And I'm not counting like the special honor mode events themselves, even though they should count a bit, they don't contribute that much to the overall factor with it. Because those ones, like, you know, we push to get people there's people interested, and again, there was a lack of interest. So when I do the honor mode runs, that's not actually meant for growth anymore. That's meant for the people that were originally interested in it and allowing them to play it the way that they would like. So it's, I don't know, this topic keeps coming up, and I'll beat the dead horse if I have to, but again, it's me just kind of lamenting the fact that I can't seem to, I don't have the freedom to play just whatever I want like people believe I do. I would like to have that freedom, but in order to do that, I would have to spend time with like editing videos and making long-form content that goes onto YouTube. And at this current point in time, you okay, Tia?
I haven't died yet. I got 2 kills and haven't died. They tried to get me under tower. It was so close.
Nice. I'm happy for you. She's having a good time over there, if you can't tell.
So good. I don't win with like 50 now.
That's good. I'm happy for you. The game's not sad.
Unfortunate.
That's beside the point. Am I losing someone to illness every day? Yes. Does that matter? Not really. Do they matter? Not really. That just sounded like a really creepy laugh. Well, she's having a good game, and then she stopped having a good game apparently.
That was a terrible fight. I'm mad now.
There we go. She's mad. She's done. Okay, let's see. I guess let's try to do some cramped dorms there. Then let's up production, shall we? Which will help with that. Foundry melting area that takes 18 electricity. We got plenty of electricity. So let's open up storage, which has a lot of space. Increases production a little bit, takes very little electricity. I think that's good. I think we do that. So with all of that, I think we then continue to do our ventilation bits. Since we have bonus electricity, let's do the air treatment drums angle. And then we will go from there and see what else we can add. So I'm actually surprised that we managed to get that. And then when we get enough steel, we'll try to build another sector here, but we'll see how that goes. We did just spend quite a bit on that. But yeah, so that's another thing. Is like, so for example, when we did the discussion bit for the hour at the beginning, I'll be honest, we used to do that a lot more often, and I really liked it, but people stopped coming to them, which is why we stopped doing them. Since people have expressed an interest again, we brought it back. So, I'm not joking when I say that you guys have, like, a large impact on what we do on the channel. You do. The community itself has, like, a very big impact in determining what we actually go forward with doing. So that's why it's very important that, like, you know, when you say you're interested in something, like, you need to mean it, you know what I mean? And I understand, you know, life happens with people too. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted on that. I understand that people can't always do this, that, and everything and be there for every single one. That's not what I mean. I'm meaning it's more noticeable when it's the consistency over time. It's not like I base it off of just a single day, because that would not make sense in any way, shape, or form. It just wouldn't make sense. But that's kind of why Baldur's Gate 3 was such a sad one, especially because I was doing the playthrough where I was playing as myself type of thing, and trying to, like, you know, role play, quote unquote, myself. That didn't do so hot. I looked at the numbers. It was just like a steady decline on that one. So, like, I'd be happy to show some of that stuff, but unfortunately the statistics don't really carry over time. So the Twitch stats now, when you go look at them, wouldn't show it as precisely as they did in the short time after those happened, but you can still see some of the resulting numbers from that and kind of what they indicate overall. Okay, what are we low on? I know this will give some production. How's that going to affect the electricity, though? Okay, so here, I think it'd be a good idea to up. It's always steel. Steel. Steam -5 ventilation. Okay, we have to wait for steel, apparently. So maybe... Ooh. Do another thermal exhaust turbine, because that actually doesn't hurt too many things. We need steel for that, so we're gonna wait. Let that build up a bit more, hopefully. Yeah, so I'm kind of waiting. Where is, where's the end that was coming? We're at year 49. Is it going to drop at year 50? Do you know how funny that would be if it hit year 50? I'm actually almost positive it might do that, come to think of it. Okay, we're suffering on steel again. I'm going to slow this down, just kind of let this play. Let you see the scenic view while I run to the bathroom really quick. And then hopefully we are approaching ending. What's gonna drop? The sun, apparently. The end of the world. It's what it's what the game's been leading up to this entire time. That's why we're building the bunker. Yeah, so steel's getting consumed again on some angle, and I don't know what. Oh, you know what? It's because we're lacking iron ingots now. Coal's good, so okay. It's year 49's over, and it seems like nothing changed too much. All right, so let's see. So let's come over to where. So that's grabbing iron ore. So the ore is not the problem. It's the actual ingot production. That is, so we need to go around to all the smelters and make sure that they're staffed. Or we just switch some of them around. Because the tin ingots aren't in as dire of need. Yeah, same thing with the copper, so we'll switch those two. That one wasn't even working to begin with there, so we'll switch that over and let's see if that satisfies demand. Kinda doubt it. It's probably gonna need a little bit more than that. So that one's doing bronze. I know we still use bronze ingots for quite a bit of stuff. So annoyed that it's not just moving. Like, it feels the need to tell me stuff that I already know is a problem. Alright, now we're starting to see some iron ingots. What we should have been seeing before. Now we're starting to see steel as well. What we should have been seeing before. And we're seeing fire. Full response. Send it. Who needs the water anyway, right? Nobody. Alright, so since we're actually going to be building another sector right there, let's see if we can't. Be at 265, I'm going to call that good. We're going to now look to improve some other things. So one of them is we want to do thermal exhaust turbines, just like we said. We're then going to ramp up the water with an underground well right there, and then we will see what the rest of it brings. Okay. Again, still surprised that the end has not come. That's a little weird. I feel like it should have came. Do we still have a lot of people dying because I just can't sustain this population right now, which sucks. 33, 12 days. Broken Arrow playtest. Broken Arrow has a playtest going on? Stand by a second. It's still running in the background. I just want to pull this up. I thought that wasn't coming out for a hot second. 2024 it says. Let's request access. I don't know how long it's going for. Multiplayer open beta test. Let's just read this super quick. Today until February 16th. Solid. Okay, that's all I needed to know. So just so you know, Broken Arrow playtest. Free multiplayer open beta. That's pretty awesome. Not a lot of games do that anymore. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we're going to try to expand the living quarters again. Once we get steel, obviously. And then I think... Because I don't know if this just goes infinitely down. I think that there is a limit to what it'll allow you to build down to. And I'm not trying to, like, max out the limit or anything here, by any means. I just think, if we can get it to stabilize and just try to snag as many people as we can into it, I think that would be awesome. So coming down here, 6, 9, 15, 25, 6, 13, 10. I think it has an infirmary. Giving up space for schooling in the infirmary. Okay, so I think we do a proper dormitory there, and we'll mix it with a crammed dormitory. I think that would be wise. So look at these. Water should be good on that. Food, though, is 35. That's 15. So we need to do 20, at least. 25, 35. Oh my word, but we need to wait. Oh, just do an indoor farm. And looking at that, electricity will, of course, be the issue, as always. And then we'll go from there. And we'll see if we make it that far. Because right now we're actually at tier 6. And we have the capacity to potentially go to tier 7. Which is way farther than I thought we were going to get. Much farther than I thought we were going to go. So that's a happy little accident, I'd say. Just trying to get more people to potentially replace dead people, as morbid as that is. Because I'm under no illusion. I don't think that I can get this to a point that I could take everybody at this point. But I think if I can just increase it so there's just more people available, I just think that that would be a better outcome in general to get more people. I can't think of a reason that if I don't have the ability to expand more people, you know, why not? Oh no.
Pause.
Oh.
I don't want.
No? Not even with your siblings? Yeah, but you could joke about it with your siblings. But is Kobe there? Then it's worth it. Your dad or not. Did they invite you? Well, then why is it even an issue if they didn't invite you then? Oh.
Okay, I'm on Discord.
Did you lose your last ranked game? Okay, then you're good. Days. Okay, that looks bad, but it's gonna get better. Hopefully we get it in time here. This is kind of stressful working against a clock that I don't know when the end of the clock actually is. It's kinda terrible. You're 50, nothing's happened. I think that's what makes me nervous, is like, it's like hovering it over my head, but never, the hammer never actually drops. I feel like it's just waiting until I'm super comfy to drop. And I don't know if I like that. Mine's 35, yes, so the indoor farm will take care of that exactly. We'll just see if the multi-fuel generator with the thermal exhaust does the thing. I'll be honest, this is probably kind of boring to watch, this particular bit. But this is realistically like the most stressful time I've had in the game, is just this race against the clock right here. Especially because I know that people are dying with my limited resources already, and I can't imagine that it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I'm also wondering if I'm doing this wrong. Because there's a chance that I'm doing it wrong. Okay, so there's that. Thermal exhaust, indoor farm, okay. So now we just want to secure more water, which I prefer the use of the underground well to bump that up. Sticks, ventilation, electricity production is still good. Let's slap another logistics bit in there with the storage. We'll call that good, and we'll get yet another sector since we just so happen to have the capacity to do that. We have a housing population of 330 right now, which is stupendous actually. But I'm looking at these bars right here, and I'm wondering if there's something I need to be hitting here. So maybe I leave this alone now, we just focus on the actual capacity. So we'll do like the lower sectors will be more focused on amping up these things, I think. And just trying to like increase their capabilities, you know what I mean? Because maybe that's the thing. I'm going blind in with this. I don't know if the mechanics themselves actually work that way, or if you're just trying to hit a balance and like keep everything like close to zero but not negative. That's kind of what it felt like to me with the numbers, but I could be absolutely off base with that. And the more that I think about it, the more that I think that that's not right. Plus, I haven't gotten another objective here, which is what's also making me kind of nervous, is that I'm not getting another prompt to focus on, like, increasing the population or anything. Which makes me wonder, did I hit the target population? Is this what the game is expecting me to hit, and now I just need to, like, complete this out some more, or... That can be bad. You might want to alt it for it, and then come back in. Yeah, I would close. I would close it to you. No. You just need to close it. You just want to give it a chance to reconnect. If it does it again, you might have to alt it for it, and then you might have to close Riot, and then log away. Okay, if that's good, then you're good. Just saying. The joys of League's beautiful, beautiful client. What can I say? Turn us to have more water. Right now, your whole goal is just to make sure that the next generation survives, I'll be honest with you. So here's what we're gonna do. Jump over to electricity. And we're gonna do like 2 multi-fuel generators right there, because they do take some machinery. I want those. We'll do like a thermal exhaust turbine as well, because we're not making a whole lot more machinery right now. So we're just gonna just slam down some power right here, including the compost alternator. That's this whole place, power. Whole thing is power right here. And then we'll add water here, which we can't do an underground well, but we can do is we can do drip chambers, which will help with some other things as well, but we'll get to that in a bit. so we haven't done a whole lot of thought into this particular end of it. Because I didn't think that we would get this far, I'll be honest with you, so... The fact that we're here at all is actually kind of a miracle. Unless the game is just bugged. I wonder if it's just going to go on and on and on forever. Or if I bugged the win condition somehow. I keep looking at this, I can't imagine this going any farther than just the very, very bottom of the screen, but this might surprise me. Like crazy, is this game just like Factorio kinda-ish? No. It's not. So you have to understand that Factorio, the only reason that you would consider it maybe the same is because it does have some conveyor belts, but they're not as in-depth as Factorio. The other thing is that you're dealing with managing a population and people, and so you have to manage that kind of stuff. So it's not comparable to Factorio, because with Factorio you don't actually deal with living subjects, you're dealing with machines and resources only. The only living thing that you deal with is biters, and that's just with biter defense and all that. And since we're doing this type of stuff, like this is... It's still a management game, but it's nothing like Factorio. There's no, like, translatable skills that come over and across with this. This is more akin to, like, a city builder, like Settlers. Frostpunk was another one that it got compared to a lot that I've heard. Okay, so right there's a Sector 10 that I'm seeing. So that's interesting. Yeah, we're gonna come over here, so drip chambers right there. So this is us trying to ramp up as much of the energy as we can, and then we're gonna use that for the next bit here. So what I'm thinking is we'll do some rainwater basins here. And the reason I wanted to do rainwater basins there and just kind of amp that is because it only provides, it doesn't actually take any of the electricity. I want the electricity saved to like compound on everything else. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm aiming to try to get these tabs up as high as I can now. And then we'll see how that goes. Because you see right here, like a compost processing alternator gives a lot of bonuses, and then has only 1 detractor to the ventilation, and then 3 on the hydration, which is totally fine by me. But the others would give much more energy, but they require machinery. But I'm not making machinery right now because I've switched focus to other things. It's like right here we can do drip chambers, but they will eat up some of the electricity and some of the logistics, so... The rain accumulation basins are mostly just like, hey, let's slap these in, and then we'll see what the rest of these also need. The thermal exhaust turbines are going to take a while too, because we've spread out the workforce now, so we're going to try to let this focus now. That's the other thing, is that in New Cycle, you're not technically building anything yourself, you're managing everybody else running these production lines for you, right? In Factorio, you are managing the creation of machines, and the machines are what are actually going to build the product and put them on belts for you there. This is more your traditional city management type of thing, and Factorio is much more of an exercise in logistical, well, logics in general here. Here we go. It's the HR business again. Okay, you'll get prices for 13 people. Sure. 210 basic tools. There we go, we'll just buy their freedom. F it. Maybe. Yeah, well, we provided it, so give us the people now. Okay, that just gives us more people to eat up. Well, to replace people that die is what they're kind of pooling up there for right now. And we do have a lot of people dying, can't deny. Another cemetery is demanded, so I will do my best to provide. Again. Right there. There you go. Alright. Built up Sector 9. Okay, Sector 10 is the last sector that I can see. That's a positive sign, because it means that there is an end in sight for the bunker. That means that we can actually achieve a sort of end goal, end game with it. Now, I don't want to be building too many things because it does stretch the workforce that's here. So we need to be patient and let things finish constructing here. We just have to do low water. We can't sustain medium water right now. So lame. That's the worst part about this right now, is managing all the people that are trying to revolt as we're getting to the end here. Like I said, I don't know if it's waiting to trigger the end game if I complete the bunker fully, or if there's some other issue that's coming in. And looks like a lack of power is going to hurt us there. That's awesome. What's the goal in this game? You have a post-apocalyptic civilization, basically, as a small roving camp that you have to lead them into technology, into better lives and all that. And you need to somehow keep the human race alive with it. Okay, hold on a second. Taylor. There we go. Let's see if that helps a bit. So I think your win condition is different per map. So this win condition is the building of the bunker, as I understand here. So I need to let those finish up. Lacking power. Okay. We need to check our power people here, make sure that they're fully staffed, because we have had people dying, so we need to fully staff so we have the power that we need. But yeah, so that's the goal of the game, is that you're trying to reach a point that you can secure humanity's future, which is what we're doing right here. So we're gonna actually go ahead and just spam out these rain collectors here, because in my opinion they can only help, they have no detriments, and I'm trying to like bust out the bars here as much as I can. So hopefully I'm gonna try to build up the last sector here, so that that's all done. Then we're just kind of filling in the sectors and praying that we have enough for all this stuff, because again, I haven't really been making machinery, which could end up biting us in the butt here, but we're hoping that we survive long enough that it doesn't matter too much. Trying to give back to the people a little bit there as well. But yeah, for me in the steppe environment, that is how the goal in the game is supposed to go. But it's early access too, so I don't know if everything is working exactly how it's supposed to work or not. I just know this is what I'm doing right now, and this has been the result thus far. Eight days on those, 4 days on those. Yeah, and as you can see, if you're paying attention to the chat log bit, you can see that we are losing quite a bit of people, like, all the time to illness, because we don't have the water to sustain, because the world is getting worse and worse to live in. Which is not fun. Not fun at all. And that's the beauty of Factorio. You don't have to manage people. There's just machines, and machines only care about power. And they're okay with going out without power for a bit if you need to. They're fine with that. It's no problem whatsoever. So water's up a bit. Food might need to get a little bit of tender love and care there. Let's see how much this beefs up the power. Looks like it's pretty good. Yep, so power is happy. Power's in a happy state right now. So again, we'll just come over here, and this is going to be a whole rainwater basin section. We're going to get that constructing, and then here, we want to look at food. So, we want stuff that takes lower electricity at this point now. I think what we're going to do is going to go for this one, because this also helps with production a bit. But it does eat into logistics, so... Fungal tubule caves, we'll do 4 of those, and then we're going to come into logistics, and this is going to help with our storage bit. We're going to ramp up right here, because all it takes is a measly 2 electricity, and we'll do 2 storage bits right there. And then we'll just wait for all of this to construct. Now, obviously I'm stretching out the workforce again, like I said I didn't want to do before, but this is okay, because this stuff is a little faster to build. So I'm hoping to try to get this stuff done before the end of the world actually drops, is the whole kit and caboodle with what we're trying to do here. And then here, I'm just trying to train more specialized people to replace people that die. Because it is a logistical nightmare trying to go around and just check everything and see who's needed in what place. So I'm trying to just keep a pool of people that will take over for people that die. That's my method of managing it. There might be a better way, but this is the best way I've found right now, because there's not an actual menu to handle that, but I noticed that that is a ghost mechanic in the background that is allowing that to happen. It's like right here, we got all of our specialists. So I've got 6 specialists waiting, 10 craftsmen, and 14 workers that can kick on at any time to take over for other people's jobs and maintain the current flow, so to speak. And that's all I need. I just need everything maintained while we're trying to blitz through all this stuff. And obviously, because our workforce isn't super happy, the morale is down a bit, so I can't make this any better than it is right now at this time. But that's okay. We don't need it to be perfect, we just need to get this to go far enough along that we can actually, hopefully, complete the bunker and then secure the future of humanity here. So, hopefully that's going the way that we think it's going here, but we'll find out. Yep, so we just kind of monitor these numbers up here. So that's the thing, is at this point, we're treating people like numbers. It's a game. We're trying to win the game, trying to beat the game. It is what it is, alright? Don't look at me like that. I'm not a monster. I'm just a gamer. I'm a gamer in a post-apocalyptic environment. It do be as it is. Okay, sorry, I just had to check something here real quick. Alright. Okay, so we got strangers, which will help to beef up that workforce. That one, we need to repair those, first off. We need a general workshop. Go right there and replace what just got demolished. And we do need to staff those, and looks like we're lacking simple meals. It's interesting, because we shouldn't be lacking those. We need to come over here and we need to look Looks like all of these were switched over to doing that. So now we're going to come over here. We're going to build up some simple meals. With the purpose, the sole purpose of trying to get these rations out the door here. Because those rations are what actually brings in the outside resources that we need for all this. Because without those outside resources, without the rations helping with that, we are going to be boned for the most part. So, to help with that, we can come back over here and try to get just some more simple meals, make sure those are nice and built up. We'll just monitor the fair meals as much as we can, but I think we'll be okay if we can just get some more meat coming in as well. So coming back to our important bit, we are now down to the last section. So this is telling us right now that we need to up our ventilation. So let's look at our ventilation options. 18, electricity. So we're going to go for some circulation ducts, because they take low electricity. And then we're going to go for air treatment ducts versus this. They give the same amount of water with them. So let's do a condensation chamber. And then we know that we're also lacking on production, so let's look at our production bit. We have a little bit of machinery that we can use, so we want to do high production, and that will use up some ventilation, unfortunately, and some electricity. We need to let the steel build up here. So we could do these artisan pods. They actually take a very low amount of electricity. They give some logistics, but we came over here to this. I think the production hall compartments would be better in the end. So I think that's what we're going to go for once we have the actual steel to provide to it, at least. And then this is the final level down right here. Once this is done, I just don't see what else we can do except just wait and see if the end game actually happens or not. Because it keeps saying, you know, like, yeah, the end is coming and all that. All the signs are there. And then suddenly it's like, okay, but is anything actually going to happen? That's my question right now. Because see, it's year 53 now. And I swear it was like year 47, 46 that they said we had 5 to 10 years, so something's got to happen soon, because they warned me that it would. Supposedly, in theory. Yes, yeah, I think we go for the production hall compartments, because I think that's more effective on its use of electricity. I'm wondering if 100 is kind of the target. I can't exactly tell, but I'm trying to just beef up as many of these numbers as I can. So condensation chamber, which gave us some more ventilation, as much as we can get right there. So I've got 2 spots left after this, and we'll see what that does for us. Electricity did bump down a little bit, so that kind of sucks, but at the same time, I just don't see what else we can do with that. I think we just need to have like decent levels in most everything if we can achieve it, and that's what we're trying to go for. So these last 2 will be to try to shore up whatever weakness we have left after these circulation ducts and the production hall compartments are done. And then after that, it's just waiting for the end, I think, as far as I know. I just can't think of anything else that it's going to want us to do. And obviously you can see that people have been dying and obviously been getting replaced because our pool has been decreasing in each of these sectors, except for the specialists, really. But there's less specialists, so less chance of that happening anyway. Alright, so we get this done. Slow it down. Looking at the overall, I can see the essentials are good, so we're looking at production and circulation, both. So let's come over here, let's look at production first. Or ventilation is what I meant to say. So we could hit this, that would up production by 15. And what does ventilation do? Ventilation has no issue whatsoever on production itself, it just takes up some electricity. So we get 18, and I feel like this is more efficient on it. And then it hits the logistics a little bit, but that's fine. So we'll do another circulation duct, and then we will just let that balance out, I think. We'll do an artisan pod. That would also take some, that does the fine workmanship, so let's do an artisan pod, why not? I'll just say that that's the way that we're going to do it. And then that is a fully built out bunker. Because I can't make any more than that. We could do some research, I mean, at this point, but what's the point? Because we finished the bunker, that should be the end game, right? I don't know if there's like a button I'm supposed to hit that says like, hey, you know, we've sealed the deal and let's start selecting people or what, but I guess we'll find out when this is done, because I think the game will register when everything is complete. Maybe it'll activate the event early? That's the thing, is this I just don't know anymore. This is about the year 54 in the summer, so we're going to be hitting into the fall pretty soon. And it's done. And nothing happened. And everything is at bare minimum a level 3, which I'm okay with that. A bunker capacity of 330 seems pretty reasonable to me. I think that's enough people to at least, like, you know, make a solid case for survival. The only thing that I don't know at this point is if there's even really anything to carry on at this point. Everything's all built up. Things chug along. The bunker is done. There is a chance, maybe, that we've bugged it. I don't know for sure. As like attraction's high, but then the health is low, so if we could just get... I mean, the water distribution sucks, but there's just nothing that we can do about that water distribution. We just don't have water. And it was told to us that it's just going to get worse and worse as the years, like, go on. I can't move. There we go, okay. There's a little bug. So if you click on the main hall, it can input lock you in a little bit. Isn't that funny? I guess, do we even need this workforce anymore? So we can just kind of pull these people off and just have them be in the pool for everything else, right? That's the way I understand it. We don't need them to actually build anything anymore. It's already built. We're just waiting now. I mean, I'm trying to think, is there anything we can do here? I mean, we could send people here, try to get more water, but kind of feels like an exercise in futility at this point. I mean, really. Could up this workforce. That would give us a little bit more water. That might help a bit. We don't need. That's just iron. We don't. The iron. Have so much iron. Let's just pull that, I guess. Again, this is iron. Again, apparently more iron. Some more water. Maybe we could do. Apparently we're missing something for that. Oh, we need to have another loading zone, I guess. So, another year done. I see the numbers going down, but I mean, we're at year 55. I could have swore that we were outside of that, that range. Is there a log or something that I can go through and look at? And movement train up. No, I don't need that. I was looking to see if there was like regions, materials, structures, settlement. That's all the regulations. I mean, it's not what we need though. If I come back over and click on the main hall, we can do an action. Why not, right? Not enough resources. That's pretty neat. I'll be honest with you. Spreading the word, traction, inpatient rest leave. Let's do that. It'll decrease the workforce, but maybe it'll stave off some of the death by illnesses for a bit. Probably not by a whole lot, but can't say that we're not trying on that, right? Yeah, this kind of sucks, but I mean, no power. Awesome. Probably from the patient rest deal, which sucks. Enhanced occupational safety, yada yada yada. Yep, there we go. We're just losing more and more people again. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the water's in a slightly better state. I mean, meals aren't, because all of a sudden we're just lacking power. No clue where the power went, by the way. It just kind of disappeared. So where is it? Is it under utilities? Coal generator. Diesel plant. Yeah, I wish. Boy, do I wish that was something we could do. Alright, well, we have an abundance of coal, so I think it only makes sense to try to slap a coal generator somewhere, just kind of willy-nilly, and try to increase our power with what few people we have. Strangers. Beautiful. That is stupendous. Now we can slap more people into electricity. And we're constantly exhausting water resources now. And again, there's just not much we can do about that. The best that we can do now is just kind of slap some more power down and hope that we have enough, call it good, type of deal. Just like that, which is going to eat into more coal, but I mean, like I said, what choice do we realistically have, right? I guess we could do woodcutter there too. I don't understand why that won't let us build a railway right there, but that's fine. Just one of the other unsolved mysteries, I suppose. Does it have to go through that region? Is that what it's telling me? Oh, that's where it's ending over there. That seems odd, but... in iron. I guess I can't tell the difference between iron and coal. So that's pretty awesome. Don't know how I feel about that. That should be coal right there, right? Okay, that one's definitely coal. There's just no workers. Oh, that's awesome. That is pretty sweet. Not gonna lie to you. So we're in winter again. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was year 46. I wish there was something I could see that would log that. But yeah, as far as I can tell right now, the best that we can do is just kind of sit here and just wait for the end. And like what I was saying before, 15,000 on the water. Bleeding it slowly, but there's nothing we can do about that, which sucks. And yep, extreme drought, which was one of the signs of like the end, according to what the prompts told us. So I'm hoping year 55. Well, year 56, actually. And some more water, so I mean... Alright, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try to up the distributions as much as we can there. And pray that that assists slightly. We'll just have to keep a very close eye on our fair meal production and our water consumption bits. Because everybody is super elevated in mood, which means that they're more efficient. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have everything that we need for all of this to produce constantly. So yeah, we're basically just doing kind of one big old waiting game here. And all of the simple meals are pretty much just getting slapped straight into the tin rations at this point. Which is fine, but by upping all of that, that should have increased the health levels of people. So we do have like people who are barely healthy, and then we've got sick, but now that we're above the threshold, we should start to see less people dying from illness, and that we'll start to retain the population a bit more. So, unfortunately, we did have a bit of a purge kind of section going with that. Nothing that we could have done about it, though. And some of these people are going to die of illness because they are still sick. But hopefully most of them recover, and then we start to build up our worker population again off that. But really, hopefully this just ends, because I just don't understand how we're not seeing the end yet. You know what I mean? Also, right now, I'm sure that one of the reasons that we're not getting a lot of the simple meals and stuff is actually due to a lack of workers. You know, what you gonna do? That also sucks because we just can't produce enough medicine anymore. Not the levels that we would like to do. So now would be a great time to get some immigrants coming in, but doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Of course. And 2 workers died. In the building collapse, that's awesome. Try to replace that building if we can. Oh, holy moly. And these all just stopped because we can't seem to get any power. Alright, so we've got a workforce again. Just gonna slap some over there to grab more mushrooms for the simple meals. Hopefully. Okay, and the water supply came back to haunting us, so we have to do that. But my hope is that we can keep the food supply. Nope, we cannot. Can't do that. We have to dial back on that as well again. And why? Because we lack power. Because one little sandstorm comes in and just jacks up everything. That sucks. Yeah, alright. So, at this point... I just don't seem to understand why the end game hasn't actually occurred. Trying to figure out like what's stopping it. And like I said, I can't think of anything off of my head here. So we're just kind of in limbo, I guess. Unless there's a way I can see forecast or whatever, but it doesn't look like that. So I mean the bunker's done. Because I think it's done. We filled up every single tile that we can. Bunker capacity 330. So these blank ones. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Apparently we missed a couple spots. That sucks. Well, let's slap down an energy one right there then. Where else did we miss? 4? What? No? That's gotta be bugged, right? That's gotta be bugged. I think it's bugged. At least on that angle, so I guess we'll just wait and see, see what that does for us. Because that's actually super annoying if that's the case. This there would be a way to keep yourself from having Cataclysm, or is Bunker actually endgame? There's no way to stop the Cataclysm because it's the sun. You don't have the technology to stop it. It's what wiped out humanity to begin with. And wiped out like all technology. So the whole story is that you have to find a way to overcome it. And at least for the step thing, the scenario turns out that the sun flashing, everything is going to come back again. So that's why we're here, building the bunker to try to secure humanity's future type of thing. But here we are, it's year 57 and still nothing has happened, even though it said like 5 to 10 years. Final moments. Oh my word, is it finally happening? This is it, Chief. All measures show that we will be able to observe blue skies for at most another year before the atmosphere reaches the terminal stage. Some of our weaker brothers and sisters are already showing signs of deteriorating health. Now we have to drop everything to start the migration of people to settle in the bunker's plant. It is the beginning of a new life for us, hopefully a chance to start another cycle of being. Let us, who are left behind, do our last duty properly. In an estimated 20 to 25 days, these selected people will move to the bunker. Construction will wrap up and the entrance will be sealed. Whatever work remains unfinished, it will remain that way forever. So, finally, it's now saying that you have 20 to 25 days to finish, which is good because we only need 5 days for that. So, finally, at last, it's finally happening. The end is nigh. I know that seems weird to be excited about, but I've been dying for this, trying to get this to, like, happen. And the day of promise is upon us. The end is coming. Everybody is now in the process of accepting it. The selected 330 candidates will be placed into the bunker. It will be sealed. And the remaining members of society will be left behind with the deteriorating atmosphere to their fate. So it shall be. Good news, the electricity is up. Everything is as it should be. Now we just wait. That's it. Do you start a new game with this? Do you continue on the save? How am I going to continue if everybody's dead? How would that make sense? No, I'm pretty sure that you just end. Yeah, okay, see, right there. There it is. The migration is happening. Fire alert. Don't even bother with it. The end is nigh. Do nothing. You'd have the 330 in the bunker. Uh-huh. But they make that sound like that's the end game scenario completely, so we'll see, but there it is. The migration begins. They can come back out and start anew. Maybe. We'll see if that's what actually happens here. I kind of doubt it, though. I think this is just the end of the scenario. Maybe they'll expand it later in an update or something, but let's see, do any of them have anything to say? Oh, I can't click on any of them, actually. So I can't hear what they have to say, even if they do have something to say. Interesting. Okay, we'll speed this up as they just kind of pour in. Because production's still happening, people are still technically working, but you're now seeing visually the populace going to the bunker. Some of them will be sealed inside, and then others will be left outside to pretty much face the end and watch the final days of humanity on the surface, according to this story. I still see some more rolling out here. It's funny because there's 330 people that will be going down, but the worker class alone had 718. We actually had like just over 1,000 people at one point. Ain't that something? Kind of a sobering thought to have, isn't it? It's just like, I do think it's kind of funny, it's a constant stream of people. I swear they're spawning from somewhere. Oh, they are. They're spawning from the houses. And just, like, pouring. They're just pouring constantly while this is happening, I think. That's actually kind of funny. I don't know if the developers intended that one. That's probably why I can't click on any of them, is because they're not actual citizens anymore. They're just a visual showcase of everybody going into the bunker, and they keep it going constantly because it doesn't know exactly when. But you're not seeing people going about their lives anymore to the facilities. You don't see them actually working the smelters or anything. They're now just visual entities, exactly. They're just visual entities on their way to the bunker. Is the train still working during all this? The train is still going, that's kind of funny. Sure! The more the merrier. Come on in, gentlemen. More people. Yes. Merchant, sorry, no can do. Don't need you. Don't need anything you have to offer. We're going underground, baby. Maybe. See, this is the thing. Now I'm just waiting. We finished everything. We can't build anything else in the bunker. We're just waiting here. Too bad you're about to go kaboom. Yeah, so it's another solar flare thing that's just altering the atmosphere. So supposedly it's going to turn the surface of the Earth into a wasteland, which is the point of the bunker. The bunker is a self-contained environment that hopefully humanity can wait out or at least survive without the need of the surface. In theory. Like I said, we're just kind of waiting until this happens. They said 20 to 25 days, and I'm looking over here. I think at least 17 or 18 days have passed. I need to do a better job in this game of like tracking when events happen, apparently, because they don't keep a log for you. Not one that I've been able to see, at least. So we hit winter, we're still waiting. Yeah, this is way more than 330 people streaming into this bunker. I just want to point that out. Turns into a new Fallout game. It's kind of the vibe that you get with it. Just kind of like a different scenario, but a Fallout result. There we go. Holy moly. Year 4332. It's the end of this cycle. It's been 1,330 years, 6 months, and 5 days since the gates were sealed. Ground Nation has been alive for 51 generations, and today it is about to set sail to a completely new horizon. The first centuries were very difficult for mankind to get used to such a life and to accept this damnable condemnation, this eternal bondage. The sheer numbers of our first inner fathers gave the greatest strength, the enormous sacrifices of our forefathers, weak but honorable men, who gave us this home and the treasures we'll preserve thousands of years later, have enabled us to endure every hardship for generations. May the gods of the underworld bless them. So what this is telling us is that we actually managed to allow humanity to survive 1,300, just shy over 1,300 years. And they're actually going to be leaving the bunker, according to this, so we were successful. From the mighty blood of our chosen forefathers, we were born, armed with greatness and blessed by fire. We lived so that we could build our entrusted home step by step by digging into the bosom of this dead rock to create another world. And we died, buried in our gardens, returned as bread for our children so that the judgment might be eternal. There have been dark times when the weak and the rotten have spawned, where the misguided swarm like blind bottom rats. Those who refuse to give generations for the sake of the greater cause, those who, instead of working with their hands, indulge in pleasure and poison our brothers and sisters with thoughts and words. Thieves, charlatans, politicians, so-called the enlightened ones. All of them and their poisonous progeny have vanished into the dust of the rocks crumbling beneath our feet in the face of our might and dedication. We didn't even bury them in the gardens so that we could help them serve their sacred mission, which they rejected, and be saved by participating in the eternal cycle. And we have not erased them from our history, so that they remain our servants forever as an example. Now leave this behind, brothers and sisters, and get ready. If these are the gates of hell, let whatever's behind them be afraid. Because this is our hell, and we are everything beyond survival. And we end this cycle. So we did it. So what I can tell from that is that was the storyline ending for the step with the bunker. So that is done. I didn't get an achievement for that. I'm a little annoyed by that. That's okay. That's fine. We survived. We survived. What is... Oh, activate 10 actions. That's the only achievement I don't have. It's fine. I can get that another time. But yes, there we go. We did it. Ooh, that was a lot of talking. And by just a moment while I look over a couple things here. Okay, so that ends new cycle for us today. And the time is 21:54. Which is a perfect time for a transition, actually. It's about halfway through the night. So, let me run to the bathroom super quickly here. And we will determine what we're doing next. So, stand by, stand by. I'm gonna grab myself another. So, ooh, in fact, I got a monster to really kick us off. Alright, here. I completely forgot to get that again. I apologize. Alright. Done.
I mean, Top's not doing good, but you haven't done anything. You got outsmited for the one dragon we ate.
I'm sorry.
going for. One. Yeah, we win.
I'm sorry.
Everybody's bot lane. Or bot lane. What is?
Yeah.
Bot lane.
I'm sorry. I hope it gets better. Okay, yep, so that's done. Yeah, like I said, we did new cycle. We stuck to the plan. We completed it. Next time I play that, I'm gonna delete that save too, by the way. And now let's switch to something else. Guess let's try to, we'll grind through some Tarkov, I think. This. So, let's see. Player. And tactic. I was thinking about doing some ranked league, but I think I'll save that for tomorrow for myself. But yeah, there you go, new cycle. Not a whole lot to say at this point. We completed the bunker, we did the step on hard. Like I said, early access, I still think it's pretty good. I actually am interested in playing Broken Arrow, this thing, especially if that playtest goes, what was it again, to the 18th? It is multiplayer only, so there's no single player content. I don't see a price for the game yet, but that's totally fine. But if they're doing a multiplayer beta, it's probably well on its way, I would guess, so. Speaking of Tarkov, I'm watching you play new site, just been crafting. Oh, there you go, trying to get my money up to your level. That shouldn't take you too realistically. Yeah, see, and I can turn the game capture on for that. We're gonna switch this music. I do like a lot, so I am actually gonna save it. We'll put in our D&D ambient. We're gonna come over to our gaming music and swap over to our alternate rock. There you go, okay. Ooh, excuse me. Alright. We're gonna go crack open our hideout stuff that we had from earlier today. Get that all collected, we'll look at our daily tasks, and then we'll look at some of our more mainline tasks and see what all we feel like doing, mostly. That's what's gonna kind of boil down to, is what we feel like doing in the end here. And we're probably going to be snipping our hideout for a wee bit. Get that. Oh, in fact, we'll get a little workout session here because we can. In the dark, of course. Beauty. Oh, I messed up one of the easiest ones too. That's a good sign for the rest of the way. See, I start doing too fast, too early. I know there's an art to it. Oh, broke my arm. Oops. I get it good and right sometimes, and other times I just really fumble it, so good thing we can just fix that immediately. Okay, then let's come up here. I'm gonna put a lot of the stuff away. I am gonna sell the med piles that I have right now, and I'm gonna sell these L191 rounds. Just because they should sell fairly quickly, and I'm not too worried about waiting around on them. And then we'll tally up everything at the end. So L191, and I'm looking to do 699. Should be fine. Then I found out that you can open this up. Oh, looks like I already sold my med piles from earlier. Didn't realize that I had done that actually, so that's fine. We'll just leave that as is. And we had some insurance earlier today, but we already took care of that, so that's no problem. So we just want to look to eat a little bit, so we'll just go ahead and eat those oat flakes. Then look at our hydration. Looks like we're kind of lacking on that presently, and that's okay. So we're going to go ahead and just purchase it out. 30, that should be good enough. We'll take the rest of that water with us as well. Okay, we do plates. Okay. So, we start tonight off with 6 mil. That's not bad. This weekend's probably going to be filled with some hideout upgrades too, but that doesn't matter too much right now for our purposes. That's just the amount that we're going to have for our raids and all that. Okay, now let's go look at our dailies. Eliminate 30 PMC operatives in 24 hours. That's probably not going to happen. Since I only got tonight. Survive by extracting pure boat. I'd rather not, to be honest with you. I don't want to be locked into that. Throwables and extract with throwables. Scav task. Cordura, I can just make Cordura. It only wants one, so we'll actually slap that in after the fleece there. Alright. Monster. By the way, here we go. There we go. Alright. I was just at 2.7 mil, you use some of it upgrade hideout, but think of it upgrade much more until I feel comfy with how much money I got. That's fine. Yeah, no rush on that. I'm gonna pick that broken chair I sent and need suggestions on how to fix it. What's stopping you from just getting a new chair? Realistically. Because I'll be honest, the pic that I saw, it made it look like it was a fairly old chair. So, is there a reason that you're not? Oh, you know what? Let's actually turn the hideout on. Because I want to actually strip those for the capacitors. We're gonna do that. So we will actually leave the hideout on while we're doing stuff. Which means that we should just go ahead and swing this the rest of the way here. Really? Ooh, that's... I'll go a little bit above since I save money on the AI2s, but I don't want to do that repeatedly. Before I throw it away, I was wondering if I could fix it. Well, you probably can. It's just a question of if the juice is worth the squeeze on it, you know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm saying, is like, what's stopping you from actually just straight up buying another one, you know what I mean? So, like, depending on the way that it's broken, too, and like how deep the break is, you could just get some wood glue and apply it in there. And that would probably still work. But how long have you had the chair? Has it gone like well beyond its use? Or I'm fine with either. You staying solo tonight? Give me like 2 or 3 raids solo, and then we can do something. spending money on other stuff, I need to pay some bills. That's fair. Well, but, so... I guess it's the other consideration then is the share a necessary cost or is it a want cost? You know what I mean? Then I have some markers that I set down so I could do some crap. Where did those go? Oh yeah, they're right there. Okay. Since I'm solo, well, I will take the rangefinder at least for some applications. We'll top that up. Yeah, because I know one thing that I can do is scrap metal. I'm trying to think, I think I marked the drunk tank, so I need to mark the tank that's over at Bunker and the village one, so we will work on that, I think. Had the chair for 12 years. I think it's time to replace it, to be honest with you. I have so much chairs, but I looked at the chair and thought it looked fixable. If you have the materials, then go ahead and fix it. But if you don't have the materials, you're gonna have to go and pay for the materials to fix it. I'm taking a quick look at the brake again, but if the brake is what I thought it was. Yeah, so the issue with this particular brake, let me just quickly go over this while we're loading in. So the issue with this particular brake is, notice something here. First off, the way that it's sitting just loose. See how it's just kind of popped out, but there's still some like leftover debris from it. And I think there's a piece of it still in there a little bit, potentially. But the other thing to note is down here. See that? I can't really tell with the blurring, but that looks like that wood is exposed as well, meaning that the brake is obvious here, but I think it's also popped out right there, so you have to glue both of those. If this piece of wood and this piece of wood are jacked, one fix you could do is just cut out those pieces of wood, like some replacement bits, and just replace the parts yourself. But again, do you have the tools and do you have the means to actually make those changes and those replacements? Because that's the thing, is like, if you have the tools on hand, that's why you have the tools, right? You invest in the tools so that you can make fixes like that. And fortunately, the brake isn't actually in the middle. Are we back? There we go. Okay. So what I was saying is, if it's flat, the rectangular, easy to fix. If it was rounded, you'd have to have a wood lathe to get like an equivalent fix to it. So if you have the tools available to you that you can make an equivalent part out of wood, and you have wood already on hand, I would try to fix it. But if you don't, if you have to purchase material in that, you might as well just purchase a new chair at that point. So how old is your mic, Seto? It's very old. It's pretty old. I've had it pretty much as long as I've been streaming, give or take maybe a year on it. Yeah. Like I said, you know, low budget. I'm a low budget streamer, what can I say? We're not successful enough to upgrade our gear. How much would you spend on a new one? That depends on how much I had budget-wise, you know what I mean? Because this mic has done me pretty nicely, but it's an off-brand, so it's a pseudo-tack. It's not like your Blue Yeti or anything like that. No high-end microphone. I'd like one, but there's other things I should probably upgrade before that. As long as the microphone works, it works. You know what I mean? My office chair doesn't have the back support thing. It broke off, so I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what I can use to replace it. Back support. Well, I guess that depends. So, I can explain some options that you might have. I don't know how creative and how hands-on you are as a person, Red. Like, have you done a lot of woodworking yourself? Have you done any, like, modeling, 3D modeling, planning and all that type of stuff? Have you actually done, like, construction projects? Even, like, even if it's not furniture, have you done, like, any building sort of a project? Because that would give me more insight if it's worth it to try to fix it. Like, any carpentry, somewhat, yeah? Okay, well, so... Gotta explain to me, like, what's the highest level that you've done, so to speak? Ew. Ew, this sucks. Don't like this spawn, but I'm just gonna stick it here. We're gonna pretend that everything is fine, and we're just gonna hit some stashes along the way. And there is one right there. That's beautiful. See if we get anything nice. A P.A.C.A, that's cool. A gas welder, that's cool. GP coin, sure, why not? Okay, somebody else is fighting. By all means, hash it out without me. Nada. So one of the things, for example, that I kind of need to upgrade, I'm gonna be honest, it's the monitor. So I've come to find out that one of the issues that I have with spotting people in Tarkov is when I got this particular monitor, when I was replacing it so that T could have the dual monitors over there, is those monitors are actually better than I thought. This monitor is good for most things, but not for Tarkov, and the reason is because it's a little bit over 1080, because it is kind of like a curve, but it's not 1440. But because it's in that weird in-between space, Tarkov doesn't actually like that. In fact, Tarkov recently doesn't actually like 1080p for spotting things in that, just because of how the textures load. So if you want to actually spot things super well, Tarkov, you actually want to have a 1440 monitor, and then everything else looks better too. But Tarkov in particular actually wants you to play it on a 1440 pixel resolution. So, found that out. Apparently it makes a huge difference, so that's one of the things, on top of, like, I probably need to upgrade my CPU and my GPU in the near future, because you guys may not know this, my computer is starting to get old. It's starting to hit that point. Like, not everyone, their PC can run 1440 though. Well, that's the thing. That's the trade-off, is if you can run it, you should be running it. And I don't think 1440 is actually that crazy of a resolution to try to run things at either, spec-wise. I think my current specs could actually run it right now. But there is one issue, it's just that my hardware is starting to get a bit old. And even if it is good hardware, it is beginning to show its age with a few applications, so... I know my RAM sticks are actually... half of my RAM sticks are older than the computer itself, which is a bit of a problem that a lot of people probably don't really appreciate on that, but it is an issue. I'm not going to go for farm, I don't think. We're going to cut across here so that we don't take shots from farm, but it's going to be kind of a weird pathing we'll take here, but trust me on this, bro. This should work out in our favor if we're lucky. I think you just find, I think you need more of a CPU upgrade, and that's kind of what I'm thinking too. But at the same time, the GPU is on the older end, and while the GPU itself might be fine, it doesn't change the fact that it has been in use, constant use, for years. And that does tend to take a toll on hardware. So everything eventually needs to get swapped out, but it's an issue of budget and then priority ordering. What do we focus on upgrading first and all that? So the microphone, while it is a bit annoying that it cuts out every now and then, it is an issue that I can deal with. Versus some other things that I kind of need those functionally speaking. So, PC upgrade costs a lot of money. It does, exactly, which is why I have to budget it. And recently I haven't had enough of a cash inflow to reliably upgrade parts as I need them. Because I've been having to shift more time over to working on the basement and house project stuff. Before, I was actually doing some programming freelance work that was helping to fund some of the stuff that we were doing here on stream. And so I didn't need, you know, the donations or anything for that. Now it's a different situation. The only way that I can really get that is we do have the tax return coming in. That's a little different. But I don't feel right in using the tax return just for stream stuff, because that doesn't seem right to me. So I need to use other alternate means to fund that stuff, and I'm still in the process of figuring out what I'm going to do for that. Or if I'm just going to have to wait and hold out for a hero type of thing. Or I have to wait until, like, something just completely breaks, and then I have to buy it out of necessity. Which is never a good feeling. I'm a firm believer in preventative maintenance over on-time maintenance. But going inside. I think he went inside. I think he's gonna loot. I think he might try to loot that body. I should have muzzle clearance here. You just hold this, wait for movement. Come up just a little bit here. When you want to upgrade, you need to make sure your stuff is future-proof. Oh yeah, it's always about the future-proof. Whoa! $50, holy moly, thank you. Anonymous, huh? Jeez, thank you. I actually wasn't expecting that. That's... Omen, was that you? It should not have been anonymous. Well, I figured it was you anyway. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, by the way. He's looking up. Yeah. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. He looked like he was alone. Let's go do this quick. Try to do this as fast as we can. Got some food for me, that's nice of him. That alone is kind of a boon, actually. I think I heard something. We'll see what happens, because I think I'm about to jump up and get smacked. Oh, it's a scav. That's better. It's right there. So if he just lets me go, we'll just be Gucci. Alright, that armor's gonna weigh me down too much, I think, so... Good news, bud. You can have that back. Little dangerous here, but... Yep, that's kind of why I thought it was dangerous. I got a scab shooting at me now. Fuck right here for a bit. Thanks, bud. Yeah, sorry, man. Wrong place, wrong time. You can at least have that back. Valide's one of my favorite scopes. I actually usually don't like running it. I just happen to have this because the previous owner of this weapon had it, so it just carried on over to me. It's not one that I usually purchase. Trying to go for that tank, but I might take the long way around, actually. I think I'm just gonna go for the long way, yeah. I got no reason to cut straight at it. Use Valde over the Spectre. Oh yeah, well, I definitely don't use the Spectre. I'm not a fan of the Elcan. Whatnot. Bravo site, you know, Bravo's okay. I'll be honest, I haven't been using like the ACOG as much as I used to in the past. I've been defaulting more to red dots. Just reflex sights, hollows in general. And again, I think it's kind of boiling down to the same issue I talked about before, where 1440 is the more prime resolution to be running at in order to actually see things. And since I'm on this weird... I need to look at what the actual resolution of this is. But I think it's just off enough on 1080, and it's like the worst of both worlds, where I'm not really getting the full clarity of 1440, but I'm not getting the steady clarity of 1080 either, so I have to look at it again to be sure, but Issues Validate is quite expensive. Go for 60 all the way up to 100. Well, but expense is relative, in my opinion. You don't necessarily need to worry about expense too much at this stage, because I mean, like, we're sitting... What did we start at again? It was 6 million rubles. Oh, which I forgot to run my money logging program. That's okay. I'm gonna try to leave the sniper bros up there if I can, to give me a little bit of a early warning. Excuse me. Ultimately, I just want to slide down here. We drop off our beacon. And then we just slide right out, and hopefully this scav doesn't take shots at us. He's none the wiser. Oh! Hi. Really? Stop twitching like that. What the crap? Threw me off. I've never seen that scav do that before. That was weird. Threw me off so much that I couldn't aim straight. Okay, now the only other tank is over in village, so I'm less worried about that. Oh, Law, holy cow, you didn't repair your gun? Are you in a bad way? Do you need me to throw it? Because that's a pretty poor condition AKM. Oh, I should have switched to that to kill that scab. Whoops. I realized mid-raid I forgot to repair. Oh, you just forgot. Okay, so you're not hurting, are you? You want me to chuck it? I'll chuck it. I'm not attached to it. Oh, hello. That's a scav? I've never seen a scav out here before. Nah. 1 mil? Oh, okay, yeah, you're fine then. You're fine. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, see if this, since I gotta do that task anyway, and I have an AKM right here, I might as well go ahead and pop a scab, huh? Running me here? Weird, I have no idea where he was walking to. Got 2 Villa backdoor keys and 1 raid a couple nights ago, been doing fine. Oh, there you go. I don't know if I like that. I don't like that body right there. That makes me feel vulnerable to see that body right there. Alright, I'm just gonna run over the village. Oh, I'm glad that you're doing well. I was worried. Every time I see someone running a gun that's not repaired, I worry that they can't afford to repair it. So I usually chuck it just to give it back to them because I feel bad. The ammo's one thing, is ammo won't come back to you, so I'll, like, clean out the mags, but if you're not too hurting on it, then I won't worry about it too much. I just know, I feel like there's a lot of people that do that for me, like they clean out mags, but then they leave me the guns. Surprisingly, even like nice guns. So I try to pay it forward, typically, but FTA games can buy Sim 6 Oh, okay. That's fair. Well, no, I know you weren't running anything like crazy or anything, but oh. I thought I heard some heavy footsteps slapping down behind me for a second there. This visibility sucks. I don't like that one bit. Easy now. I think the only thing I was doing was just marking tanks this time. I don't think I was doing anything beyond that. So we can just like clean out village and just dip. 3 kills today with DVL 10, I'm really loving it. I'm surprised you haven't used it up until now. He called it ugly too, that kind of hurts my feelings. Because I think the DVL is a beautiful weapon. There he is. Yeah, don't look at me. Alright? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it right now. Alright? I know. I know, that was the easiest shot of my life. Alright? I don't need to hear it from you. I'm owning it. Alright? I know we done goofed. Okay? Let me be. Ooh, did this get touched? This looks like it might have been gone through already. Well, they could have just skipped this. They could have skipped that, we'll see. With 3 shots, gaming skills are disappearing. That or, where's this late? I spent all my time on freaking, news cycle, so I'm not quite warmed up here. That is a thing. When you're playing certain games, you're gonna be in a mode for that game for the next little bit, even after you've completed playing it. There's a door open, but that other room wasn't really gone through, so maybe no one's been here. I don't want the GM counter. When it's been raising your pouch, it's worth a lot of money. Because I already have a lot of money. I'm not really that attached to it. And I'd have to move a bunch of other stuff and make space, and honestly, I don't feel like doing that right now. Okay, someone's been through here, yeah. We'll still double check this, but someone's definitely touched this. Ooh, they didn't hit this, though. The thing is, the flea market makes you so much money, you start to not care about, like, min-maxing every single little tiny piece of loot that you do. You'll just kind of look for stuff that you value personally. So, for example, I kind of value the barter goods, and I value hideout upgrades over other stuff. But I mean, like, no, I'll take a blue powder. Not shy about blue powder whatsoever. Wouldn't be worth a lot of money if he dies because he loses in raid status. If I'm looking to sell it. So nice to have razor good scope. Yeah, but I could also just spend the money to buy a scope that I want to run. Like a voodoo. I'm a huge fan of voodoos. So... like I said, it's not a huge deal to me. Let's just double check here. So Punisher, obviously we have that AKM that we've been grenades. Oh, I didn't have enough markers for that anyway, so we'll do anesthesia. We might come back and do anesthesia. JD bins just flash drives. That's just anywhere. That's right. I need to go look for that actual SUV too. So I think we're going to be coming back to Shoreline with some more beacons and all that. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I am liking this visibility. It does kind of... it makes Sniper's job a little bit harder. So it might be a good time to run around and do some tasks. If the next raid holds true to that. Fan of Voodoo, he's also a fan of Voodoo Dolls. Voodoo Dolls, I don't even know. I don't know about Voodoo Dolls. What's the one band's name? Is it Goo Goo Dolls? I think it's the one that Teal liked. I like them too. Good band. Good music. Like that stuff. Yeah, I think we just get out scot-free here. We'll just offload this stuff and then we'll go. Let's see. We'll have to buy 3 beacons. Because I have to locate a mark, is what it said, right? So, yeah. Yeah, the funny thing with the snow environment that I've been noticing, by the way, or the snow weather status, your visibility gets cut down a lot more than in other places. So, just saying. Kind of thinking, wonder if we just modify this AKM and just run around with it to go pop some scavs at the same time. I like my M4, but I can't deny it would be nice just to get Punisher Part 1 out of the way too. So we might do that. We might invest a little bit. Because it said AKM series, so I don't think I can use my Vepr. I like the Vepr, but you know, you do what you gotta do type of thing. So let's see here. I think we'll do that. So let's repair it since we know it's going to work. Set this to the side real quick. And let's do a hexagon because I like a hexagon, and then we're going to switch this site for what? How much range do we want of this? Let's just do a monstrum, I think. We'll leave the rest of it the same. Oh, we even have a monstrum in here with us, so that's sick. Ta-da! Alright. And then we picked up some attachment stuff, so we're just gonna kind of slap these here until we decide what we want to actually do with those. We'll slap barter goods into the happy box. And then, let's come over here. Dump this. Get that. Okay, the only thing we need to do now is we just need to determine how well this thing operates now. And even though I'm not a huge full auto fanboy, I'm still going to test it in full auto for that just in case time. Leave that Vaseline right there for the time being. I think we will go ahead and just take... I'm actually going to get rid of the S mark, because I'm going to switch it out for a tourniquet instead, because we got the money for it. I'll keep the 2 frags, because those will just be a nice option for us. Go ahead and eat that. Top off on that just a wee bit. Alright. So now we'll just go through here. Oh, oops. Forgot to do that one. Oh yeah, let's turn this into... Oh, he'll probably give us some dollars that we can use to just hit that up. Oh, cool. We can do the UAV stuff at the same time. That's awesome. Alright, so let's grab our beacons. Right there, which we'll slap into our super handy dandy special spots. Then we'll just grab that tourniquet. Right there. Slap that onto 6. And then, since we just got these for free, let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Ta-da! We'll slap that down there. Okay, before we go any farther, let me just really quickly grab my recording script here, just so I get those values down. Because I'm trying to like log some data so that I know how much liquid rubles I have available at any time. So I've been using my automaton here to kind of do that a little bit. Using computer vision right here, so we'll just do this, and it should just grab the top right numbers there and slap it over to the Google Sheet. We'll make sure, it should have prints that reads it correctly, but I might have taken those out. We'll double check the Google Sheet to make sure that it got them down. I think it's thinking. Yep, I don't think it liked that, so we're just gonna restart it, try again. It shouldn't take it very long to do it. Okay, looks like that did it, so we're just gonna come over here and check. Oh, it actually did it twice. Oopsie. So I'm just gonna delete the more recent one. So just so you know, this is what it did right here. I know it's kind of bright, but it just updated this row right here, and it looks like it got all the values correct, as far as I can tell. So I just need to adjust a couple things here. One of them is, I want this formatted for date all the way down. And then this one I wanted it to be formatted for time all the way down. Okay, that looks like that formatting is all correct there. So one thing that's kind of funny is it sees, so the script sees this 0, and it thinks that it's a 2. You see that right there? That's a minor issue, by the way, so it's kind of a funny little thing there. For those of you that are curious about that, it's not perfect. So, that's something that I was kind of working on last night for data collection. in order to help me, like, make sure that I'm staying on track with my money over time. It's gonna eventually have, like, a little graph with it and stuff, too. So, hold on. Double check. I got the beacons. We're looking over here. And we're looking at shoreline. So we have Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye. We're looking for the SUV as well. We're going to pop scavs. And then anesthesia. Mark the trading posts. Yes, okay. So we actually have a lot to do on shoreline if we happen to get lucky with our positioning. I didn't check the full auto deal and all that, but that's fine. Need to do part 2, but I have to go to reserve. I dislike it. Nope, what's wrong with reserve? I'm done with trying lighthouse for the night. What, did you go like one time? And it like spooked you off or something? Oh yeah, so the other thing that particular bit was doing is I'm testing High Tesseract to make sure that it can actually read the screen and see things like that. Because I can use that later to do other functions as well for that automaton, including like setting up some crafts for my hideout that when I'm busy with kids. As well as, hopefully in the future, purchasing recipes. But as you can see, me just doing recipes normally with my bare hands triggers a CAPTCHA, which is like super sensitive then and is super crazy. So I might not have it do that just because I don't want to get banned. But I do want to do like a couple of functions that I could easily do with my hands, but I just want the computer to do it for me type of thing. So 4 raids, 4 deaths. Oh, I mean, happens to the best of us. What can I say? It's fine, baby. It's fine. What are you even going to Lighthouse for? Is it that long road one? Did you go with a sniper rifle and just set up somewhere? Because that could be part of your problem. Yeah? Yeah. So, the issue with Lighthouse, if you're going to go and set up with a bolty, for one, you need to make sure that you have a sidearm. But 2, you need to understand there's a lot of people that play Lighthouse religiously. So, just because you think you might have a good spot, you need to be very, very aware of where you can be shot from. So if you're gonna do the whole, like, setup as a sniper thing, you're gonna have to actually go into that map, like, offline, and take some time to actually figure out good spots and where you can be shot from. Because there's plenty of other people sniping on the map that do the exact same thing. The spawns on Lighthouse are bullshit. I'll be honest, I've never had a problem with spawns on Lighthouse. So, I can't confirm or deny that, but I just know that personally I've never had a problem. Sniper first run, then a full auto, second raid, DMR third, tried sniper again, all I had is secondary. So, for me, and this is just me, having a full auto doesn't really change a whole lot for me. It's like, we picked up this gun from our boy Lucky previously, right? Here's the thing, I know it's got full auto capability, I am probably not going to be switching this to full auto at any point. Because even though recoil is better, I don't think defaulting to full auto trains good habits. That's just me. Now, that doesn't really have any pertinence to what you're talking about here, but since you brought up full auto, I just wanted to point that out real quick. The other thing is that, it's less about the weapon that you're taking, and it's more about the timing, right? It's more about how do you position yourself, knowing the weapon capability that you have. So here we're on semi-auto. Got the red, that's good. This kinda sucks, actually. I don't want to be right up here with this. Now, the lighting is actually heavily in our favor right now. I'll show you why. So I know that our UAV is somewhere in this area. So if we don't move too much, here's where the favorable bit comes in. We can just spawn right here, and because some people like to go towards this antenna, we just need to watch in the fog and see if somebody comes our way. So we're just going to hold here for a bit. Because I know of a couple spawns that might prioritize our direction. This looks like it's kind of an early morning fog. So as the sun comes up, this fog might dissipate. That's behind us, that's not bad. The lighting will affect it a little bit too. Yeah, we just wait here for a bit and just see. So another issue with this monitor, I've noticed, not just in Tarkov, but Factorio and other games too. I actually get like a fair amount of screen tearing when I'm moving the camera too fast. I did not have that issue on the other monitors, so I've either abused this monitor into the ground and it's starting to feel the wear and tear, or this wasn't that great of a monitor to begin with. Because I did make some minor alterations to the monitor to make it easier to see things. Those alterations might have taken their toll. Okay, I don't see anything over here coming our way. So the issue now that we have is the UAV is not going to be in the exact same place that it was before. I'm hoping it's in relatively the same area, which should be kind of over in this direction a bit. So we're going to see if we can find it. And we're going to attempt our best to not get sniped. That's the one thing with Shoreline that they did change, is they made the terrain more natural. And funny enough, the more natural the terrain, the more beneficial it is for people that are sniping. Which you might think is weird at first, but it makes more sense if you've been more in that sniping game. Because while fatal funnels are less obvious, and lanes of traffic won't show up immediately to the naked eye, people are creatures of habit and will actually follow very obvious trails if you can predict it enough. I'm hoping I don't get shot right here, because that'd be really ironic for predictability. We did not. Okay, we're good. We even found some jerky, which is good. So we're going on the hunt for our UAV to start with. Because this little pond right here is where it used to be. It's not there anymore, so we need to figure out where it is now. But we're also going to take the opportunity to run around and try to pop scabs. See, this kind of lighting is where thermals would be killer. But I'm not willing to run thermals just yet. I've got too many other expenses I'd rather handle. Okay, so we're just going to kind of breeze through here, see if we can spot a scav or two. And in fact, there's a happy little scav right up ahead. Who just so happened to spot us, like, perfectly. Good for him. Really? There we go. That made more noise than I wanted, but I couldn't get it to line up. I think he tucked in. Is here something on my right? I heard like cloth twist or something. Not gonna lie, that makes me slightly nervous. Not enough to chuck a frag over there, but it also could have been Tia coughing. She noisy. Meh. I saw that you lost 2 in a row. Is there a reason that you're continuing, Tia? Why?
Why? I have a way.
Okay. That's probably the best response you could have given, by the way. The world? I was hoping the scab would just show up. Like I could just pop him and move on, but he's not. I didn't kill him, did I? Because I only killed 2 last time. Nope, 3. Okay, we're just gonna weed him out, I think. And hope that I didn't hear something on the right. Where did the scav go? Did I miss him? Am I blind? Oh, he's right there. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think that made enough noise. That made plenty of noise. Oh, that's surprising. That's over a blue fence area. Normally I'd go for that, but I've got enough things to worry about. I'm not going to bother with that. I also don't think I go and touch Lighthouse. Not Lighthouse, farm. I know what I meant. I did what I done. Leave me alone. I got a laugh out of Tia. I hope somebody else got a laugh out of that too, because I've been holding on to that for about 10 seconds and thought it was really funny, and I couldn't hold out any longer. I had to say it. Guess I'll hit the stash. What does the other saying in English when they spot you? They say different things. Oh hey, I found some Cordura. How about that? I think there's a YouTube video with like some translations of it. I don't need it because I understand most of the phrases myself. There's a couple that they'll say and it's so slurred, I'm like, huh? What? Or they'll use some like super slang terms that I have to go and look up in a dictionary. And sometimes the dictionary doesn't even have it. I have to go on Urban Dictionary and pray that they have some Russian words on there. Okay. I normally try to save health resorts beacon drop for later, but it's been fairly quiet. We might actually attempt it. We'll see. We're gonna get closer to it at least and see what's going on. Maybe take a little peek over at Hydro Station. Just kind of wait it out, because we did pick up quite a bit of food and drink from last raid, and a little bit of bonus on this one too, so we're not in a hurry. I also heard, oh, okay, little glitchy shot sound. That's most likely inside health resorts, so I think we just hold off on that a bit. But yeah, the scavs usually just say kind of what you would expect. They're just kind of like idle chatter with each other. And then they're just kind of throwing insults at you. A lot of bitch in there. Or they'll say things like, you know, they see you, they hear somebody. They do enjoy the word, bitch. Very much, though. Those of you that don't know, that one is suka. They love that word immensely, very greatly. Which I can't deny, it is a fun one. We might be lucky. This actually might be a fairly quiet raid. We're still going to give it some time, because I do have a daily task right here that I can hand in very nicely, which is good. But the main thing right now is patience. And nothing but patience. I got no patrol up above. Could be a good sign. Could also be a bad sign. And where the raid is so quiet, I'm actually very suspicious that there's a 5-stack with suppressors. Which is yet another reason to go slow here. So, at this point, right now, what we want to do is kind of wait, air it out just a little bit here, and see how it looks up above here in a moment. Sniper scav saw me. I didn't even see him moving up there, that's annoying. Since he's locked on to me, I think we have to take him. Where is he? Where is he that he had that angle on me, huh? Well, if he can't see me right now, maybe now's the best time to actually just move up. The thing that I hate, absolutely hate about this is that this particular signal mark is in just such an awful spot, dude. I'm gonna crouch here for a bit. Because it's like right under Glass Bridge. And that's such a hot zone. Because you get like issues from both wings. And anybody that happens to be crossing at the time. You can't just like realistically sneak in and sneak out without drawing someone's attention. The only way that you sneak in, like, without anything really happening, honestly, is if they're kind enough to just kind of let you go. Or there's just no one there. But I don't like that I just made noise. Wait. It wasn't at me, was it? Oh my gosh! What? I didn't think there was gonna be somebody up there. I heard his gas release at the last second. Oh, that's so annoying. See, I figured the reason I wasn't hearing much was because it was a bunch of suppressed people, so I knew I made too much noise. I should have just left and came back later. Oh well, that's fine. Confused me because I thought Sniper Scav was shooting at me, so I didn't even think to look up. That sucks. That sucks, oh well. Alright. Good news. At least I can just start the Cordura craft, so I didn't actually need that one all that much. So I think we'll, I don't think I have an AKM sitting around, so I'm gonna have to go grab one. Oh, it only takes 2 slings for the Cordura now? Oh, are you kidding me? Really? Alright, hang on. We'll just do that. I'm not gonna take the MK16 though. I need to take AKM. It just sucks. Alright, there we go. Slap that back over there. And put that down there. Nah, okay. Alright, let's check. Like I said, I don't think I have an AKM. I got AK-74s and such, but I don't think that I have an AKM here. I don't think an RD counts. I think we debunked that already. AKS, UMP, yep, okay, so I'll have to buy an AKM. That's fine. Honestly, hey, how loud the ADS sound is. Why? There's a reason that Ergo is a trade. I don't think it's that bad. Alright, let's grab do a 50 stack right there. So we'll have that, and then we'll grab... We'll just go off Flea for an AKM, honestly. Let's see, AKM N. S is cheaper. MSN. Let's see. I'll take an AKM N. Because it has a lovely little dovetail. We do like that. Do we go for the PSO though? Should we do that? I used to like the PSO a lot. Yeah, let's do that, yeah. And then I am going to go ahead, we'll just kit this up a bit. We'll leave the stock as it, we'll just get a pad, I think. We will try to be suppressed. And I am going to swap out, ooh, not the gas tube. Not going that crazy, easy now. Let's do... Let's do a Zukov. Why not, right? I like that. Let's see how expensive that is first. That's not too bad. Really? That's... There we go. Okay, and then just real quick, let's get an eyeball for how it operates here. Oh, right, we are injured. I don't want to be huffing and puffing while I'm sitting there, so stand by a second. Oh, it did give us the heavy bleeds, that's annoying. So let's hit those. We got that. There we are. Alright, now we can change this out. You never land shots with the PSO. It's because you're doing it wrong. I guarantee it. So just switch to that. So right here, it's sighted at 50. See right there. So when you come up, I tend to be at the 75. You also have this lovely little range finding apparatus here. So right there. See how it goes just low right there? I guarantee that's because of your ranging, by the way. So now if we go up to 100, see how it doesn't change that much, but at distance, 100 is pretty solid, not gonna lie. Yeah, not a fan of the point fire on that, but that's fine. We don't need it for too many things. I am gonna swap out the magazine though, so if I go link search, can I see... Probably under functional mods, right? Is that where the magazines come in? Or is that gear mod? It's gear mod. Okay. 10 round aluminum. 6 round. Alright, so let's see first. What are we looking at? I think we can splurge a bit on the magazines here. So go for these. Because they look a little nicer. Of course, we could go for these 20 rounders because they actually will up our ergo a bit. I think we'll do the 20 rounders. So we'll cut down our profile just a hair with that. So we'll just stick to PS ammo. Pop that off. So now, when we're using this, so I guarantee this doesn't change much. Nope, so we're not doing that. So we'll just stay on semi. Switch it. Yeah, we're semi-auto only, basically. Nice thing is that the additional ergo will make it easier for us to actually get the shots on target, just like that. So we will stick with it. And then we'll come over here. Set this up for success. Oh, 30k? Really? Okay, maybe we're not doing that right now then. Alright. Check the plates. Okay, we're good. Oh. Ears. We almost forgot ears. I know I've got some somewhere. Here we go. Beauty. Okay. Top off a little bit on that. Get some water. And I don't really want to use up Tushonka for this one, so we'll just get a can of the Sauri. Because I like that, it's reliable. Slap that on ourselves and head on out once again. There we are. You forgot meds? No, I didn't. The meds that I had on my pockets were just the ones that I took from that other guy. So no, I didn't forget meds. We're okay. Relax. Relax. Okay, the one issue we are going to have with this, be aware of this, is that we're not going to have the ability to really aim on people up close. But the idea here is that we shouldn't have to, because ideally we're not going to get that close to people. And we're going to stay away from health resorts for sure this time, until later if we can help it. So I thought that we were okay to get that close, and I thought I was being sneaky. Turns out we were not being that sneaky. So we'll keep that under advisement. We'll just carry on forward. 1 of 3 pistol kills done. Hey, there you go. Good on ya. You take a pistol over to factory or what? Or did you just happen to quick draw on someone? That is the other thing. We do have the USP for close quarters. But I'll be honest, I'm just kind of using this USP because it keeps coming back. PL-15, really like the PL-15. I've been telling everybody, the PL-15 is rock solid. There is no reason that people should dislike the PL-15. Especially because you can get it suppressed and you can get the risen iron sights, and the iron sights are actually pretty good. So, just saying, it is rock solid. I love the PL-15. I am using the USP right now, just because it keeps coming back. Hey, yep. Welcome back. Comedy show was... The opener was hilarious. Uh-oh. Did it not go as well as you wanted? The actual act was meh. So was the opener and the act itself the same person, or was there an opening act and then the like main show act? No? Okay, I figured. Opening act was Irene 2. I'm not sure if I know that name actually. Seen her before and she's hilarious. Oh good. Good, good, good. Well, hopefully some people thought that the main act was funny. Because not every comedian's gonna hit it off with everybody. Alright, so this spawn's okay, actually. We can take our time a bit. Let's have a look and see if we can snipe out scavs at the island for a wee bit. And we'll just kind of wait out other people. Kinda doubt it, since we spawned right here, there's like almost never gonna be scavs spawn in that island, so we might be better off trying to get an angle over on estate and see if people run towards it or not. I'd like to be over almost on top of estate sighting in on people, but that's pretty unrealistic to get. That's an encouraging shot. That means that somebody might be there. And if they are there, they spawned on my side, meaning that they're going to want to leave, heading towards the health resort. That or they're passing through suicide field. It sounds like they're kind of at the back of it. She's actually wasn't a super huge fan. That gun, 15 AKM kills on shoreline. Uh-huh. If this is an AKM-N that I've tuned for my playstyle, that actually might be past. Okay, that sounds like it's more over where old double green used to be. It doesn't mean that we can't get eyes on estates from up here, though. I made fun of my ghetto blaster. How's the... This isn't even, like, anywhere near your ghetto blaster level. This is, like, a viable, functional deal. Tasteful, even. I got the C-clamp and everything. And I love the PSO. I've always said I love the PSO. In fact, let's see. We're going to sight to 75. We'll keep it on the black for the time being here. Feel physically repulsed. PSO scope. I'm sorry. How's your survival rating? I still love using that comeback. Gets him every time. PVS silencer, no grip. Don't need a grip. Why would I need a grip? I'm not full autoing anything. %. Well, there you go. At least you're positive. So I don't really need a grip. I just needed something besides the stock grip to give it a little bit more stat boost bit, and plus I like the way it looks. Survive like half the time. That's pretty much exactly what that says. I mean, you guys have jacked mine up. What's mine at right now? 56% right there on the PMC. The scav is 69%. Nice, by the way. The overall is at 59% with that. I'm glad that they changed those so that they're like separate statistics too. That is really nice. I don't think we're going to catch anyone here. I was actually hoping to see a scav patrol in the back. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, so I might just run down, drop off my marker while we're here. Let's go. Alright. And then we run. Just roasting aficionados' weird cheap builds. Oh, I know you are. Oh, trust. But yeah, so we played New Cycle Mobius, by the way, and self-fulfilling prophecy, it's exactly how I said it was going to be. I don't know if you were around long enough for me to hear my lamentations about playing games like New Cycle and stuff, all the single-player strategy games. But, what happened pretty much the way that I said it would. Okay, we got that. We can probably start walking over to the UAV. I still need to figure out where the other UAV got dropped. I didn't get a chance to actually find it last time. Not forbidden I had to leave for the show. Okay, well, but... So, it was still the case in point where there was a lot of talking, people around chatting and all that. We then go to New Cycle, and you'd think with a single-player game that you can pause at any time, that interaction would be up. No. No. Because people aren't interested in the game itself. But then, you know, it was funny, there was actually more talk about Tarkov than there was New Cycle coming onto it. And I did point that out as well. Might have heard something, but who cares? And then we come over to Tarkov, suddenly, oh, hey, there's people again. Isn't that crazy? It was like a light switch. And people didn't believe me. Tell me that's not outrageous. Hello, Scav. We'll say the frame drop on the PSO sometimes kind of sucks with this stuff, but... I would still love that game's aesthetic. Oh, I love it too. That's the thing. I love playing those types of games. I just can't justify it for stream. If I could get YouTube going, I could play whatever I want and slap it on YouTube in a long-form content, and it wouldn't even matter. But right now, I have the choice. Do I stream, or do I YouTube? I can't do both right now because I have too many things going on. And I choose to stream right now. That might change. In the future, that could change. Who knows? The world is a very multicolored rainbow of an oyster, if you will. And it's not always our oyster. You don't like the red lines on the PSO versus the black. Give me the mindset. Huh? What do you mean? I switch between them all the time. Look. Black. Red. I do it all the time. The black is just easy to read right now, so I'm using it. If I can't see the black, then I use the red. But it's white, so black. Nice contrast. I like it. I don't have a preference. I just use whatever I can see in the moment. That's the whole point of having it able to be swapped between. Top this off real quick. I was hoping to see another scav come walking by before I move on, but... Why do I have two sets of earphones that are both insured? Yeah, don't mind me. That was a mistake. Yeah, I just noticed that. Exclusive user is easier to see for me. Yeah, it's, you know, personal preference. For me, the black is less noisy, so I'll use that first, then I'll use red to compensate. Oh, see that? Yeah, see that right there? That's why I'm nervous. I'm gonna do it anyway, but somebody was watching this. We'll see if they're still watching it. Two headsets better than no mags. That's true. Oh, where is it? Oh, okay, I don't remember. Are you kidding me? There. Jeez, they changed the positioning on it. Bobbidi-bee, bobbidi-boo. Now I just have to figure out where the other UAV is. Because I looked over there, and I could not find it. I saw a bullet hole in that rock. That was encouraging. Really enjoyed that, by the way. Guess the guy's not watching anymore? Yeah, apparently. Good news, too, because that was terrible. It's another super quiet raid, so I'm just waiting for somebody to shank me from the shadows in the middle of the day. No way. I will admit, that was kind of funny to see those two like that. How many UAVs? 2. Just like normal. I just don't know where they moved the original one over here. Because the place where it used to be has a little pond there. And no sign of the UAV, so I don't know where, in relation to that, it got moved. Because they kept this one in mostly the same place. Thought it was 2, one by the sniper scout, one by the cell tower. Yeah, cell tower's been moved. Remember, the whole map got a rework. And I haven't gone and looked up where it is because I enjoy the exploration process. So we're in the process of finding that one. This one was pretty easy. It was about where I expected it to be. And if I recall, I don't remember seeing it over by the farm over this way previously. So we'll see. It's under the bundle, they didn't update the task. Nah. Otherwise, you'd have a lot more people complaining about it. Would be funny, though. Especially if you could do, like, underwater swimming a little bit and all that good stuff. But yeah, while we're out here looking for this UAV, the reason that I kind of bring up the whole new cycle thing, and that is because it was pretty much iterative on what I was talking about. It was just another, evidence to show exactly what I meant. Where I go to play something that I enjoy playing, but it does not translate to growth. I have to play things that will either get me growth or is desired by the community. So that's why I ask all the time what people would like to see and why I look for feedback all the time. It's also why... So with the whole streaming or YouTube thing, because of time constraints, it's also why I am strongly considering switching to just making YouTube videos and then foregoing streaming in favor of that to free up that time. But the issue is that I've spent so much time in streaming, and we've got the community that we have now. If I make that move and then YouTube doesn't pan out, I can't exactly just come right back to streaming, because you know how it is. Viewers can be fickle. I'm not saying any of you in particular are fickle, but Twitch viewers as a community as a whole tend to err on the fickle side. Which is why it's a difficult choice to make. And ideally, you'd be able to do both. Aware trust. Oh, that's good. I was gonna say, you've been kickstarting yours back up, and you've noticed. Even people that are like, you know, your close friends aren't always able to make the time, in theory and all that. Which, again, it's totally fine. Life happens to people. I get it. But at the same time, you have to kind of assess and evaluate on those parameters that you know exist. Changing diapers and crap I get. Well, it's more than that. It's, the free time that I do have without children, I have to try to make it work, you know, for other things too. And one of the biggest issues I have is that I can't justify to myself to do YouTube work while I still have a basement to finish. And then I have all these things going on all the time that then I get, like, locked up on decision paralysis that I need to be better about. I think if I wrote down some, like, task-oriented stuff, I think it'd be a lot better, but I haven't done that yet, so save that for now. So I set a goal earlier, last month. Kind of like part of my birthday, but also New Year's resolution, BS and whatnot, you know, typical things that people do. I wanted to start getting more serious into the YouTube and stuff. But I realize that the more I look at it, I don't think that's going to happen this year, unless I can really crank out the basement. To an acceptable point, just because if I was getting more success with streaming and all that, and then leading that into YouTube, I could justify it more, because then there'd be more incentive for it. But right now, the incentive isn't there, so I have to adapt, basically. Such as Revo stream, it's remoderating the Discord, redoing creative decisions, lots of moving pieces just to be successful in the stream front. Yeah. That's the thing that I don't get. That's kind of why when Possum earlier was comparing her stream, which she, like, realistically didn't put a whole lot of work into, just barely bought a microphone for it and all that, and was saying that, you know, just because she hasn't spent as much time, her effort is equal and comparable to my own. That's insulting, because it's not. Wasn't trying to be insulting with it, but it's simply just not comparable. So, but the other thing is that a lot of people don't tend to appreciate how much time and effort actually goes into this, and how much I spend thinking about it too. You know what I mean? It's kind of why the whole league coaching thing, when it kind of eventually flopped, ended up shattering me so hard, is because I spent so much time on that, and it felt like people just didn't care. And the Factorio thing too is, like, I spent a lot of time trying to come up with action plans and standard operating procedure to make it easier for people, and then that kind of flopped as well. And then, like, the Minecraft server that people so desperately wanted, that flopped. Ark thing too. I wasn't particularly interested in Ark myself, but I was interested in community interaction and all that, which Ark was geared up to provide. You know what I mean? At a minimum, you're investing 6 hours at a time. It's more like 7 to 8, actually. I typically do 7 as a minimum. I do 7 as a minimum, and I usually have to prepare material, not really preparing material, but I have to, like, be informed on some things in order to have, like, good conversation points and all that with people. And I'll be honest with you, I cannot find this UAV, by the way. I'll just find it next time. I'll just turn in the one that I've got, then we'll just pray on the next one. But yeah, the planning stuff and off-stream prep, like, there is a lot that I do, like the setup, make sure I have, like, good music choices and all that, that aren't gonna be too blaring, overbearing and stuff. I mean, and then recently we did the discussion thing. Even though I'm planning on an hour of answering people's questions, because it's failed and flopped in the past, I also had to prepare material to make sure that I had something to actually talk about if it ended up being an hour of me sitting here staring at this light, at the paint drying on the wall, talking to myself, basically what I've done in the past. So I remember seeing if you like me to point you in a direction, otherwise happy hunting. No, I'll just explore and find it. Like I said, I'm not too intense on the min-maxing with it, but yeah, so that's why when I get people asking me, like, hey, why don't you play this game? And then I give a response, and then they keep asking me, why don't you play that game? And I give the same response and the same reasonings. People will sometimes give me counterpoints, too. The counterpoints don't make sense. So, one of the ones that's been more than one person, actually, has brought this up is, why don't you play a game like PUBG? Like, well, I used to, and then people lost interest in it. And it's also just, like, riddled with cheaters, ever since it went free to play in particular. And the gameplay loop just isn't interesting. And then, okay, well, why don't you play Apex Legends? Well, it's too bullet spongy for me, and I don't like it. and I don't enjoy playing the game, so I can't provide a good atmosphere with it. You know what I mean? Okay, so then why do you play Warzone? Warzone's kind of bullet spongy. It is, but it's not to the same degree. It's actually like the time to kill on Warzone is actually remarkably low for compared to other battle royales. Plus, I also just like the aesthetic of Warzone, so I wish it wasn't in the state it was in right now, but it is what it is. I'm gonna get 200 XP per task grab on this. Subjective guy farming repeat collectible tasks to level up. Wasn't efficient, he had supplement his XP. Warzone so it was 2 taps and 1 tap. Yeah, exactly. Also, that's kind of funny. There's like little non-efficient but still funny exploits in the game. No scabs, really. Really, that's crazy. Never mind. Are you serious? Ow. That's so lame, dude. Red was right, I did forget the med bits, but that's okay. It's right there. 2 of them. Crazy, bud. Crazy. That's my bad. I did forget the meds bit. I thought he just meant what was in my pockets. Oh well. Another PMC killed Scabbers. Scabbers shot me first, so I just point fire and popped him. Nice, good shot. That was wild, I know, right? Didn't even see that guy. So this was another topic I was bringing up before. I found out that apparently if you want actual good visibility in Tarkov, you should be doing like a 1440 pixel monitor minimum. Found out, guess what? My monitor's in a weird space where it's between 1080 and 1440. It's not either one. So I'm actually getting like the worst visibility that I could possibly ask for. So, I don't know if you could see that, but I could not. When he was at the Hesco barrier. I couldn't see it till I switched positions on him. But, that's okay. Oh. Did you win, Tia? No? So that's 3 losses in a row? How does the spiral feel? Oh, good. That's good. So what you're saying is you're gonna need a chance for redemption tomorrow. This just bugged. That is so awesome. There we go. That was so cool, dude. Alright, let's go turn. That's what it sounds like to me, is that you're gonna need a... You need to see this. So I just turned in that half. Something looked a little off on that to you. Okay, first. Okay, first. First. Second. Like, why? Oh, there you go, it fixed itself. Yes, apparently. Apparently I'm really good at finding bugs today, so... That's good. So did you win more or lose more tonight? Lose more? It's okay. Bronze 3? Okay, it's fine.
I'm getting bronze.
Yeah, and you're feeling more consistent. Huh?
Okay.
Who said Misfortune's terrible?
No.
Oh, I thought they meant Misfortune the Champions. I was like, they have no clue what they're talking about.
I'm Faker. That's what.
So they're actually Mo. They're, you know, Yasuo. Easter Famine.
It's really hard when actually not farming our jungle. What the fuck? Could have won, but you're just farming jungle and then like I'm like that was a free dragon. I was like, oh that was not the lane trick. That dragon. I have no mana. Anything else.
Yeah.
But no, you want to say
I'm sorry. Do you need to do a review of the game and stuff tomorrow? Just go over it, or are you like, I'm done, I've had it. I've had those games.
no, they're just weird, so like
Okay.
well,
Well, that's good.
they just had a really
Right. Well, that's good. Well,
Darn it! I got cut out twice in a right at the end. But I think
I guess I'm meaning more like we could look at the games and see if there was something you could have done to win the game. Because if you were getting like number 2 in that, that means that you had a capacity to carry, but maybe you didn't see an opportunity or something. You know what I mean?
maybe. It was hard because I can't do all the links. There were certain points of it. At least
That does usually help.
that was can't do it. 5 months.
Right.
Someone could think of
That would be nice.
anything.
My God.
They're just very.
Okay. Okay. Good night. Having a bunch of quests. These test rewrites that we can. Oh, that's weird. Okay. 2340, perfect, okay. Alright, yeah, I think we just send her back in. I'll leave the food hydration as is for now, and we'll just try to pick up something while we're in. So where was I? What was I seeing? I've seen it since they did the first patch post-wipe. Oh. It's the first time I've seen it, so... I don't know. Anyway. What were we talking about just now before we went with that? Oh, right. We were talking about, like, the game choice stuff and all that from earlier, because since you were off at the comedy show, you didn't catch, like, the whole thing with that. But, I mean, I don't know, it's something that I've mentioned before, and I mean, even Tarkov, I'll be honest with you, Tarkov actually doesn't do as well as people think. I just do Tarkov because it's something that I know, it's something I'm comfortable with, and quite often Tarkov actually underperforms on the view count. But again, it's one of those games that at this point I'm so deep into it, I do it for the community at this point. I don't grow on Tarkov. I don't. So, how much you love me? Sure, yeah, we'll go with that. We can continue to beat around the comedy bush, as it were. Used to pull 10-15 in a super late night, early morning, Elite Dangerous as soon as I got so bored of it. Yep, that's the thing is, like, if you stay on one thing, you either have to find ways to make it entertaining or you just get stagnant, so. Suck of like, okay, this gets you, so I have to keep it. And see, that's the thing for me is that, like, I don't have anything that, like, gets the views anymore. You know what I mean? And I think the issue is that I've spread out too much now, so I can't please everybody. And, I mean, I get it, people have lives and stuff, but I don't do anything unique enough or entertaining enough to maintain viewers, so that's kind of where the whole the internal conflict that I have going on right now is because it's like I sit here and I'm like, okay, I cut down the ads because I know the ads are annoying, right? And everybody was like, oh yeah, I'm so grateful for that, and then they stopped. Then they're not even around anymore, so it didn't even matter that I cut out the ads, which was like the one little piece of revenue that I was getting at the time. I mean, so Omen did donate $50 today, which is great, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you again for that, by the way, Omen. But the fact is that that's not consistent, right? The ad revenue was consistent, but the ad revenue also requires there to be more people because you're not going to get a lot. You get pennies at, like, you know, single-digit viewers and that. You still get pennies even at double-digit viewers and stuff. And one of the goals that I had been knocking around for New Year's resolution was I thought about pushing for partner. Except I realized that I can't. I can't make partner. I'm not one of the lucky ones. I'm just not. And I have to accept that. Because if I don't accept that, I'm going to be disappointed every day that I get on and I don't get closer to that goal. You know what I mean? I also have to realize that if I wanted to hit partner, I would have to get, I'd have to get help for it. I wouldn't be able to hit partner alone. So, would it be nice to hit that, like, milestone, get that, like, because in order to hit partner, I have everything except the 75 average view count. That's just not something that I could achieve unless I were to, like, go and buy view bots and stuff, and I refuse to do that. I'm not going to do that. I've had days where I've been tempted to do something like that, or to develop my own solution to that, and I always back out of it because I just can't morally push myself to do that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I also understand that it's kind of part of the industry, and a lot of people do that. And a lot of those people do have success, but I don't want to feel like I had to do that, you know what I mean? So as part of it as well, when I was getting big numbers, it was because Ringer hooked it up, pretty much exclusively rated and hosted me. Oh, I didn't realize that was the reason for it. So, I mean, and that's, to be fair, that is part of how it works, is there's the networking end of it, which is good. But then you kind of become dependent if you can't, like, retain viewers on your own. So my issue now, I can't retain viewers. And you guys can say whatever nice things you want, and I do appreciate that. Dia's even said nice things as well, because she's biased. But the fact remains, I am unable to retain viewers, and the numbers show it. And you could say, like, whatever you want. Maybe, you know, my lighting isn't that good. Maybe my stream isn't very presentable. Maybe the gameplay doesn't look that good. My settings aren't right. Maybe my rig isn't powerful enough to do it. But in the end, ultimately, it's me. I'm not providing good enough content to retain viewers. So I have to think, what can I do to change that? And right now I am blank on ideas because I don't know what I can provide, because I've tried, like, educational, tried, like, teaching League, teaching Tarkov things, and the teaching Tarkov worked for a bit while I had the YouTube, but then when I ran out of time and I couldn't do YouTube, that started to fall by the wayside. Coaching League has always been 50-50 and very niche, and the people that initially wanted that no longer want it anymore. And occasionally I get, like, requests to coach, like, a variety of different games now, but I don't get enough in one specific game to actually warrant it. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the issue and the trap that we fall into, is if I'm going to pick something to prioritize, I'm going to sacrifice focus in other areas. So, start getting his viewers who wanted to watch Rust and PUBG, and I just don't play those games. Right. Well, and that's the thing is, like... Scav. Hoping it was a player, actually. There's another scav down there. Exchange the sense when I was moderating stream, Discord and Exchange gave me a small guy, some free viewers because active lurkers also got brought over without agreeing. Right. So that's kind of my thing is like, the only move I have right now that I could do that might boost up stuff is if so we do multi-streaming over to YouTube, which was having success. Nobody watches on YouTube, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only value YouTube has at this point is like storing VODs and getting some of that stuff. And that's not really much, right? And it kind of puts a strain trying to multi-stream to multiple platforms, right? The other thing I could do is I could switch off the YouTube and try Facebook, because I do have like an old Facebook account. It does have a lot of people on it. That would pose some risks for like doxing and all that, but then also, you know, it could bring people that I know more in IRL and all that. But the fact remains that in order to make this worthwhile, I'd have to try to like stack cards up on Twitch specifically. And Twitch isn't guaranteed to be around in the long term either. YouTube is kind of having some problems as well with some of how it's organizing some of the stuff, but that's beside the point. So yeah, we're just kind of in a precarious situation in terms of that right now. Are you kidding me? Scavs going the distance, huh? Alright, let's come on over here. That's the thing is, like, I could ask people to lurk me more often. And I'm sure some people would. I'm sure people would be more consistent about that. But that still requires them to... Are you serious? In the bush? Ow! Well, holy moly, Batman. Let's just relax a little bit on that. Jeez. Scavs are kind of spooky, my friends. But yeah, so... As the thing is, I've tried to collaborate with other streamers in the past too, but every time that I collaborate with a streamer, one of two things happens. One, it becomes extremely one-sided, and I don't get much, like... I don't get much back from them, or these streamers, you know, these people that are normally, like, pretty alright for me to deal with, end up just, like, not streaming anymore. And so all that time that I invested into that particular person starts to become less worth it. You know what I mean? And it's not like every single relationship has to be like a business transaction of some sort. I'm not saying that. But when you're streaming, on the one hand, yes, you want to hang out with friends. And you want to have, like, you know, a jolly good time with people. And a lot of times you do see that streamers tend to gravitate towards people that they would be friends with normally anyway. So the issue is I spend time on some of these people. You know, like helping them out. I raid them. I give them boosts. You know, I give them shout outs. I talk about them. What's that garbage? I can't believe that helmet actually deflected that. That's embarrassing. So, it becomes a time commitment with people. You know what you mean? Because we used to stream together, then I disappeared, so I'm guilty of what you're talking about. Well, yeah, so that's the thing is, like... And I'm not calling out anyone in particular, because there's been multiple people. And then there's also... It's not only just that, but then I invest time into the community as well, right? And I try to cater to what the community wants. I try to give people more of what they want. I try to be more helpful. I try to do the proper research and stuff. And so I give this air of loyalty, right? And I say an air because, like, it's a yes and no on the loyalty, like, on both ends with it. But the main thing is that I try. And I put in all this effort. And sometimes I get shafted. So that's what kind of makes it really, really hard to justify doing things and making changes and all that. It's also kind of why I was hesitant on the open lobby thing, because guess what? Wednesday, I gave the open lobby, I gave that open to people, and then the more that I do that, the more that it becomes like almost an expectation rather than a gift, if that makes any sense. People begin to believe, oh, because he's been doing these open lobbies and that, now we can expect it to happen all the time and we're going to be allowed to come on every single time, so we're going to start asking about it. Not quite the case. But then it's also the same thing like when I bring on, like, you guys, like the regulars to come on. It's become to the point that it's been defaulted to an expectation. Which, while that's okay, it also means that I get taken advantage of quite a bit of the time, even if it's not intentional. So, for example, on Monday, I had a plan for what I was going to do. Famous gets on. Hey, let's do the duo, like, experiment thing. Okay, I guess we can do that. Oh, well, I guess you're streaming tonight. Well, yeah, that was the point. Well, you didn't have plans, right? I kind of had plans. Okay, well, I can't get on until 7, so... Okay, so now I had to figure out something to do for that first hour, which is where the open discussion thing came in, right? Well, then he's like, oh, well, if that's, you know, too awkward time, we could do 8. After I'd already made the announcement for 7. And I was like, okay, just pick a time. We'll make it work. So we do 7. I do all that. He gets through 2 games, and then he's... And again, I'm not sliding Famous on this, by the way. This is just an example. He gets through 2 games. I'm offering to do more because I was planning to use up until 10. Well, he doesn't want to do any more because he says that it's mentally taxing on him to play against higher levels like this. So, keep in mind, I've invested time into trying to teach Famous how to play League and how to do ranks. I've even gone through, like, I've done VOD reviews, I've done actual, like, analysis of his games. I've written down notes over the course of, like, months and months and months. And when I was bringing up this point, he didn't really want to see it that way. So he didn't want to take it as an opportunity to improve, like I was hoping he would. Plus, the frequency of how often he wants to actually get input and advice has gone down drastically, and he mostly just wants to talk about his games and, like, the good things that he's done or the weird things that happen. You know what I mean? Which is fine, and that's fine, you know. But think about this. My goal was to try to help him get out of Iron, which is what he wanted. And then suddenly he's not, at least from my perspective, I could be wrong on this. I don't see him putting in the amount of effort required to get out of Iron. Like, he'll play the games, and sure, like, playing the volume of games will eventually get you out of Iron, because you'll just learn by volume of fire, basically. But he could be getting out so much faster if we would, like, sit down and actually work with it, which is a lot of what I was trying to do on stream with people. Now, for whatever reason, people stopped wanting that, and I'm okay with it. I made peace. I realize that I'm probably largely the issue. I'm not a very good coach. I don't have the experience in teaching to be an effective coach. But to me, I put in the effort, and I was trying to adapt and learn and improve as a coach to help people improve as players. And Famous is the only student that stuck around and stuck with it out of all the other people that were learning. And that analogy is very, very similar to the rest of what I've done in terms of, like, content and what games that I choose to play and all that. And while I do appreciate lurkers in that, so here's one other example. So with Red, I was talking to Red about, this was over Discord message, by the way. He was asking me how come I don't play certain games and stuff, and I told him why. And that I don't play these games because they don't really retain viewers and all that stuff, and sometimes I'll have, like, selfish streaks. Tarkov being one of those selfish streaks, right? He brought up Factorio. Okay. We played Factorio a lot for a while. Factorio started to die off and be kind of a side game that we do every now and then, because people literally aren't interested in it. So he's like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, the view count drops, and the interaction drops. So Red said that he watches it. I was like, okay, I didn't test him on this, but I could have easily tested. I can test anybody. If you're actually interested in the game, you will watch and you will remember some things about the game that you're watching. In particular, you will hopefully retain what's going on in our particular run. And I could have asked him and quizzed him on it, but I didn't. Because I realized that would have been a little too intense with it, so I didn't do that. But I'm pretty sure that most people in this community would be hard-pressed to answer basic questions about my factory if I were to bring it up in an active conversation. Now, does that mean that they're not interested in it, like, entirely? No, that's not what that means at all. And that's not what I'm insinuating with it. But what I'm saying is that lurking and being interested in a game are two very different things. If you're interested in something, when you lurk, you're going to be listening, you might go and look, maybe you do some outside research of your own, you ask questions, and eventually, perhaps, you get the game yourself, and you want to be a part of it, you want to be included in it, right? Lurking is not interest, lurking is support, and support is greatly appreciated. But support is not the same as interest. And that is where we have the issue, is we don't have... And I say we, I mean me specifically. I don't have anything that is of interest to people. I don't provide anything of interest at this time, except for like a niche few people. I've heard some people said that like I'm funny and all that, but funny and humorous is good and all, but it only goes so far. Some people said that I'm very knowledgeable, but knowledgeable doesn't really mean anything if nobody wants to like take a piece of the pie, you know what I mean? If you spend the time to bake the pie, but nobody wants it, the pie goes to waste. So, it's that kind of stuff. I said I like Factorio Vanilla, but I don't understand enough to delve into the nitty-gritty min-maxing stuff, and I typically lurk Factorio. Well, see, that's the thing. That exactly. You lurk Factorio, but you're not interested enough to be involved in Factorio, right? So you said that you do vanilla, and modding, you know, doing a modded run is still the same as vanilla, but here's the thing. You're lurking, but you're not interacting. So that makes it very difficult to do something like Factorio, because lurking isn't always indicative of who is interested in something, right? Interaction is guaranteed that somebody is interested in something, because they're interested enough to stick around, ask questions, or at least, like, you know, be active viewers rather than passive viewers, right? Now, passive viewers are essential. Lurkers are very essential. Very, very essential. Do not get me wrong on that. But you have to understand that. My level of vanilla play is jumping on for an hour or so with a group of people who tell me to go build an iron mine or shoot some bugs. See, and that's the thing. So you don't have that level of interest yourself, so when I go play Factorio, I lose you as an active viewer. Now, spread that across the community as a whole. And tell me who is actually interested in Factorio. Can you name them? Because I can name them, and I can count them on one hand. Who is actually interested in Factorio, and, like, basically nothing else. So when I play Factorio, that is an incredibly selfish thing for me to do. That is very much a guilty pleasure that I partake in. which is why I play Factorio less and less on stream, because I have a harder time justifying it, even though there's been interaction, people have come by, people like watching it. It's the same reason I can't play Oxygen Not Included, actually. Is because there's people that will come by to watch Oxygen Not Included. The second I switch off somewhere else, they're gone. And those people don't follow, they don't wait for the time that I go back to it. Or when I play DayZ. People don't want to watch me play DayZ. They want to get on and play with me playing DayZ. People would like to stream snipe and do that. But people don't actually care about me playing DayZ or anything like that. I'll say I've worked more students work for this night. That's fine. That's fine. Like I said, like, you know, life happens and all that. I get that. And you don't have to, like, explain it to me or anything. I'm just more kind of voicing the reasoning behind a lot of what we do. So, thank you for the lurk, Mobius. I do appreciate that. Enjoy your stream. Thank you. But yeah, so... But it's kind of like right now, too. Pretty much everybody here is going to be lurking, I'm sure. When there's a chance that people are going to play or have an opportunity to play, interaction goes way up high because everybody's vying for that play spot. As soon as people know that I'm doing like a solo night, disappears significantly. So, and that's just me just kind of, you know, spewing it out to an echo chamber, realistically, but yeah, it can be a bit frustrating at times, having to deal with like the finickiness that is streaming. But obviously I love it because I keep coming back. You know, like I have the consistency and the discipline to get on at the same time every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and hit the go live, right? And I feel like people don't always understand how difficult that can be. And holy moly, that is some wicked visibility, actually. Now see, this is one instance. There's a lot of black. This is where the red comes in handy, because there's a lot of dark stuff. No way. There's 3. That's actually good spacing on them. Look at that. Do I try to take him? That dude's packing heavy, it looks like. Maybe not. I'm trying to think if it's worth it to take him. I don't know, I kind of like their movement. It's actually pretty impressive. I think I'll let them go, actually. Well... let's do this. Here's the issue, is if I drop one of them, the other 2 are alive. The one dude's gonna relay information to the others, and I'll get stream sniped pretty easy. So that's the risk I run right now. Is the risk of getting sniped. If he holds still, I'm gonna take him. And displace. Oh. There you go, we spook him a bit. So you just take the one shot, he doesn't know where. He looks like he's thinking... Ah, see, they chucked a frag, they think it's down the road. Ooh, he might know now. This little pot shot right there. We'll just kind of toy with him a little bit, I think, and then we'll just move on. Do they think I'm in the house? I think they think I'm in the house. That's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I'm just kind of messing with them a little bit. Not fully intending to kill any of them here, I'm just kind of joshing around, so to speak. Get him? I'll be honest, there's 3 of them. I'm not particularly interested in dropping. If I drop one of them, for sure, I'm just gonna have to leave because they're just gonna stream snipe me, and the other 2 will just like converge on my position. So, I'm just kind of messing with them a little bit, just to kind of get their heads down and whatnot, but I think we'll just go ahead and switch up our angle a little bit for kicks and giggles here. See if they see us back here. Because we took a few shots, they don't know that we're here. Maybe my playstyle's boring on this, but like I said, I'm not particularly interested in just like straight up killing them here. But I'll take a little bit of experience, if they're so kind as to hand it to me. Because they started fragging the house itself. I haven't seen him in a bit. Now that I've switched positions, there's no way that they'll know that I'm right here. Unless I show up like a sore thumb. I didn't have time to go all the way around him, but don't have an issue with your playstyle. Well, I'm just saying, so I was kind of talking earlier, I don't know if anybody besides Mobius was listening to it, but it was kind of like a lamentation of state of affairs, whatnot. Might be somebody in there. No, I think they moved on. I think I missed my chance. Like I said, I was mostly just kind of toying with them a little bit. I wasn't intending to drop any of them. If I wanted to drop them, I would have dropped them out in the field. It was kind of funny to see where they were thinking that I was. They thought that I was inside the house, apparently. That was just kind of interesting. Yeah, I think they're gone. They probably got freaked out a bit. And probably just decided to dip. Because they look like they were moving slow enough, they probably picked up quite a bit of stuff from Health Resort. And I'll be honest, with 3 of them, I wasn't going to carry all that loot out. So I figured I would just carry on, just get my task completed, and not risk the whole getting caboodle with it. Plus, I can go and dump off this AKM at last, too, which I am happy about. Because we finished all the scav kills for that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't mean to, like, be so negative when it comes to talking about some of this stuff, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm really being negative, or to me, I'm being more just, like, realistic. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of stating facts the way that I see them, and I think that sometimes comes across as negative. I kind of wonder if they went into this upper village to loot a couple more things. So I wonder if I come over this way, if I might be able to snag a shot or two. Shall we find out? Sit here for a little bit. You've always been realistic when it requires that. Finish my 3 pistol kills. Oh, that's good. Did you ever read my donation message? No. Wait, did it come up with a message? Where did it go? Hold on a second. Oh my goodness. Usually if it has a message, it reads it on stream, and it didn't do it, I guess. No, I don't see a message, actually. Hang on a second. Let me know if you see anything moving over there, eh? Yeah, that's super weird, actually. There should be... on PayPal itself. Not there. What the? Why didn't it read it? Now I'm confused. Maybe it's on Stream Elements then? Yeah, that's so weird. I'm very sorry about that. What did you send? Do you want to just let me know? Get your details. Oh, well, stand by. Maybe because I anon by accident, that might have been it. Shots are definitely in there. Unless they were behind me, but they sounded like they were for sure. Oh, no, that is behind me. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Might be opportunity here. And we're not talking about the rover on it. If you remember the message, feel free to just send that to me in a DM or something instead. I don't know why it didn't do that. I don't have a rangefinder, that sucks. Oh, that sounds like it's, that might be as far as bunker. I don't know if I want to deal with that. I don't think I deal with that, actually. I'm pretty sure 3-man here just dipped over to tunnel. I should have anticipated that and made an angle over towards tunnel. But that's okay. It just said love you? Oh, that's it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm not... When I talk about, like, some of the issues that I have, I'm not doing that trying to be, like, pessimistic or anything like that. That's not my intention. I like to be transparent with everyone. So when somebody's asking me why I don't play a game, I transparently, you know, reveal why I don't play a game. They didn't type right? Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. And then there's people like, this is an issue I've had in the past too that just kind of comes up again and again. Is that people will come by, they get what they want, and then they leave, right? Someone's here. Scav. If I can help in some way, love you. Oh, well. Like I said, that is helpful. I am very grateful for it, by the way. I don't know if I've said that enough times, but... I'm suspicious of that. Let's see if somebody follows us. I kind of doubt it, but I've had it happen before, so... By every stream, if I didn't know you were busy on off days, I'd be bugging you then too. Well, so... I don't know, I guess that's kind of the thing is... I think that's what gets me, is that most people have this idea that what I do is very low effort. Even though I'm putting like a lot of effort in, so it just gets hard. And not to just beat a dead horse, repeat what I was saying before, but that's kind of why the league coaching was such a hard pill to swallow when people just didn't want it anymore. Because I was really enjoying it. I thought I was being an okay coach, and I thought I was teaching people well enough, and I don't know, everybody just dropped it. And that was a lot, I put a lot of effort into that too. And I had more effort that was coming with it as well. It just, didn't pan out, I guess, so. You know, is what it is type of thing. Oh, that one just hits harder than others. But it's also, I did mention Factorio as another thing where the more that I play Factorio, the less interest there is actually in it. It seems like. So that's why I've been doing less Factorio and trying to do more of what I think people want, and I just can never tell what people want anymore, I guess, so... Felt weird to talk to myself because I felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. This game was actually better. All because of you. Well, that can't be. Unless you actually remember what I was teaching you specifically, then it's just that you came back with a better mindset and you're playing better because you have a better mindset. That's the thing, it's a mental game, right? And that's what I keep stressing to people, is that as long as you can keep a good mental, you're going to climb because you'll have a positive attitude. And if you're looking up, you're going to climb up. If you're looking down, you're going to fall down. It's as simple as that. But at the same time, I feel like people don't always believe me. So actually, one example, there's... hate to do this, but it's... So Tia. So she has her 3 losses in a row at the end there. And I offered to go over some of the footage with her and see if there was ways that she could have, like, taken the game over and, like, improved it. she said that, you know, the games were just bronze games and there was nothing that could have been done. That's not the right mentality to have if you want to climb. And I tried to, like, express that to her, and I don't know, I feel like people think that I'm being too harsh, or that I'm, like, thinking way too much about some of this stuff. Scavs using a suppressed weapon reserve. Oh, I could do that. But I do put a lot of thought into a lot of what I say. I don't say things willy-nilly or just to, like, you know, chuck it out there type of thing. I actually believe in what I say. And I practice what I say, too. That's how come the whole, like, the 2 loss thing. I do that every time. Every single time I do that. There's very rare times that I choose to not follow that advice, and if I'm not going to do it, I have a reason for it. And I can articulate that reason, right? But not everybody kind of identifies or agrees with that, I suppose. So it can be difficult. I don't know, it can be difficult for people to kind of see where I'm coming from and see that I'm trying to come from, like, a helpful place with it. Like, I'm not trying to look at a review to laugh at people, because I'm only gonna laugh if I think there is something actually funny that happens. But when I say, like, there's always a way to win, and people just say, well, not that game, well, that's probably why you're losing. And it's harsh to say that, and I hate to say that about Tia, like, about my own wife, but it's true. If that's the mentality that you have, that's why you're going to be losing. And at the same time, she's still adjusting, she's still coming back into League, you know. And I 100% get that. I understand that. She has been away from League for a long time. That is a rough transition to come back in when you haven't been used to that for a while. But at the same time, you know, like I said before, and I'll say again, if you're not thinking about how you're going to win constantly, even from a loss, where, you know, the game happened, it's over, and there's nothing you can do about it now, that doesn't mean that you can't think about the situation and then try to iterate on what happened and then win next time when you get a similar situation, right? But to some people, that's not time worth spent. And I understand that. So, how long were you away from League before going back? A year. Pretty much, well, most of a year. I played, like, in the beginning, stopped, then I came back. And when I came back, I was playing at a high gold level. I'm now in low plat. So my situation is different. You know what I mean? And it's because I retain information differently. And I also spent a long time perfecting my craft in League because I was trying to get Diamond, and I had my Diamond promos like 3 times, and I failed all 3 of them. So you didn't lose a lot of your mental and muscle memory then? No, I did. No, that's the thing. I did lose a lot of it. That's why I was playing high gold. I lost all of it. The difference was that I was naturally just that much of a better player because of all the time I'd spent. It wasn't, I lost all the muscle memory. I had to get that back. I had to work to get it back. It wasn't like I just said, oh, hey, I came back and I just picked up the game again. I had to beat a lot of really bad habits out. You guys think that, like, the stuff that I make you guys do was harsh and difficult? I did some stuff that, like, I made myself cry. Because of, like, how harsh and unforgiving my training regimen was. And it wasn't like I was trying to make the game unfun for myself. It was just like, I knew that I had these problems, and I would continue to work on them, even to the point of frustration, and then I would keep going. And then eventually, I knocked out those bad habits. Same thing that you would do with anything else. You know what I mean? So one of the ways that I did that was my farming. I was beating myself up for every single creep that I missed. Not to the point of doing, like, physical exercise for it, but I was really close one day to forcing myself to do, like, some strenuous physical stuff as punishment-like exercises. I didn't end up doing that because I didn't get that bad with it, but it was a lot of, like, beating out old instincts and stuff from other games and other things, and perfecting that again. And that all happened around the time that everybody else was getting interested in League. I started to pick it up again because Famous watched Arcane and then was interested in League because of Arcane. So then I started to pick it back up again. And then I started playing Ranked, and then I couldn't play Ranked because every time I got on League, it was like, hey, you know, everybody, Seto's on League, let's go play League with Seto and all that. So then I got out of my Ranked habit, and now I'm struggling to get my Ranked habits back again. Like, playing Ranked consistently is what I mean when I say Ranked habits. Because it's difficult to get that. It's difficult to keep up that kind of habit, so to speak. And people don't always appreciate how dedicated, like, League players in particular can be with that kind of stuff, so I don't know. What was I doing? I can't remember. I don't think I was doing anything in particular, actually. I think I'll just, I'll go back to Shoreline and try to knock out, those beacons one more time, I think. Will be a good use of time there, so let's go in the morning. Yeah, I'll just use the AKM, F it. F it, I bought it, I might as well just use it a couple more times, right? I probably could have changed the PSO, though. Should I do that? No, I'll leave it as is. I'll leave it as is. But yeah, so... But then at the same time, so nowadays, I feel guilty playing League because I don't feel like people want me to play League. You know what I mean? So if I want to play Ranked, I either have to sacrifice some of the stream time dedicated to it, or I have to spend some off-stream time doing it. And both have pros and cons, right? So this is again where we kind of come to another crossroad in regards to streaming on Twitch versus making long-form content on YouTube, and having the issue that I only have time right now to do one, and then later hopefully having the time to do both. So I don't know, there's a lot of stuff like that goes on in the background. It gives me such a headache just thinking about it, but yeah. And honestly, that kind of stress has been building up for a while. I need to vent. I need an outlet of some sort. And while video games are usually my outlet, I don't know if I can use video games for this particular one. So, maybe I'm gonna make some cup of noodle. Okay. Enjoy. Hope you enjoy your cup of noodles. But, yeah, anyway. Like I said, it's not worth beating a dead horse over and over again with this. So yeah, unfortunately the 2 signals that I gotta do for anesthesia, one's up in the health resort, which is always like oodles and boodles of fun. The other one is down in the pier. Freaking death death end, dead end, death's dead end, as it were, for lack of anything more clever to say on that. But But yeah. Well, I'm here just vent if you need things are chest, my line, so I can sponge up some of your darkness. Well, that's the thing. I don't want to just vent. I hate doing that. So just venting, just for the sake of venting, solves nothing. And that's what I don't like. I need, like, some other activity that can vent some of the frustration so I can come back with a clear head to then address the problem and tackle solutions, right? And me venting to people never works. Tried it before. I've had Tia that I can vent to. Never works. It just ends up bringing her down. Venting to other people is going to do the same thing. So venting tonight, actually, I could tell Moby's kind of left in a little bit of a poorer mood than usual from the way that he was typing. And I don't know if part of that was just because he has to wake up in the morning to go work and that, but he kind of ended the night on a sour note. Well, I ended his night on a sour note, talking about all this stuff. That's not what I want to do. This is supposed to be a place that you come where you can actually relax and enjoy, or at least you can learn something and have it be like an educational environment. Because some people do like that. And that didn't happen tonight, so. And again, it's largely my doing. But I feel like it's also wise of me to make sure that this is openly addressed and out in the air, so that the people that are listening that do care, that want to know, are made aware. I feel like it is not really like a duty, so to speak, but it's like it's a good thing to allow people to have an understanding of what's going on. So, that's the way I see it, at least. It's also what, like, you know, when people try to backseat game a little bit and they want to tell me to do things, I try to keep it like as cordial as possible, but over time I get fed up with people telling me to do stuff too, and sometimes it comes out wrong when I get like a little quippy with some of it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think, like, one of the biggest things I said tonight that I am okay with reiterating is there are some days that it is so difficult to get on at the same time and hit the go live button. And it's not like a physical difficulty. That's not. It's a mental difficulty. To have that level of consistency over years. Trying to hit that, you know, like the good time, keeping the consistency, and then not really seeing, I don't know, not really seeing results, so to speak. Or seeing results, which is worse, because then you also see when the results go away. So, I don't know. Kind of like a let's be real Friday moment type of thing, I guess. I don't think I'm going to catch anybody over here, to be honest with you. I kind of wanted to, but I don't think anybody's coming. Oh, wait. Just a minute. Did I see that right? It looked like motion right to left. The briefest of moments there. It was right there. I felt I saw it. The fog is a little rough in the morning here. So it could just be playing tricks on my eyes, but I really felt like I saw something move. Nothing's coming up, so either it's a trick, of the light, or there was something to move, but it just went out of line of sight, so. I think it's wrong. Game that you have never played and someone else has experienced it, I'm sure you would take that very well, but to be back screen playing a game you have a lot of experience in, I believe it's for your responses. Well, it is, but it isn't. I think the thing that I don't like is that I'll play games that I have a lot of time in, and then I just get questioned on everything. I mean, it was like, not to single out Red or anything, but so like, why don't you put the Razor in your Gamma? Well, why? I don't value it that highly. That's a good scope. That's fine, but I'm probably just gonna sell it. And if, you know, like you said, if I die with it in my Gamma, it's worth a lot less, so I don't really care. Versus that GP coin, which I can use to barter, or I can just sell it straight off, which I did end up just selling it straight off. Because we survived that raid, we just kind of sold a lot of stuff there. It just didn't have the same level of weight that some other things have. I don't know. That's the thing, is that that's the other thing, is Tarkov doesn't have that same level of adrenaline and fear for my gear that it used to have. The only reason that I play the way I do, more careful, is because it's habit. I'll be honest with you, it's habit. It's the way that I like to play. I like to be more cautious. I like to survive more of my raids than I die in them. I like to have, you know, the thought process. I like the survival mindset. I don't like playing Tarkov like Call of Duty. If I want to play Call of Duty, I'll play Call of Duty. So, is over 100k if you survive the raid? Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I don't know. I really do wish, like, I wish so much that I could play more of the games that I want to play, like Siberia and Total War Warhammer and all that, on stream, and have them have the same level of success that other games have. But I'll be honest with you, I've said this before, I'll say it again, Tarkov is not a successful game for me anymore on stream. The only reason that it has any success is the open lobbies and people vying for the open lobbies. So when people think that they have a chance to play, they come on, they're more active. That as soon as they get what they want, it's like sex, you know. Oh, the build up. Oh, it's getting up there, and then the release, and then dip. They don't even stay the night. You know what I mean? Don't even stay the night. Gone in the morning. And then some time will pass, and they'll come back, they'll want it again. So, I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff like that that kind of, over time, kind of grates on you, but do the barter, true money was more worth it to you. Yeah, exactly, yeah. That, pretty much, yeah. I could use the scope, but I'd rather just use the money that I already have to buy a scope that I already like. Well, do I want to use the Razor? Sure, then I'll front the money for the Razor. I don't care that much, you know what I mean? Money's not as big of a concern in Tarkov for me because I always know that I can make more. I do enjoy seeing the number go up, no doubt, but I don't know. Out of there. I'm looking at like, hey, trying to get rid of me, and no raid, then I'll pop back up. Wait, huh? I'm confused on that one. I mean, I get what you're saying on your like survival rate and raids and all that, but it might be late, so I may not understand the context that I'm supposed to be gleaning from this. I also cannot find the Star UAV. I have no clue where it drops anymore. Trying to make it funny with your sex joke. Oh. There must be like a wicked delay, by the way. feel like I said that a while ago. I could be wrong on that, though. Oh, you know what? Where am I going? I want to go drop down some beacons. Yeah, that's why I'm so keen on asking people for their, like, opinion and stuff, is because I am trying to actually, like, make content that's worth coming to watch and worth seeing. And that's why it hurts whenever these, like, community events are only successful for the day of the event, and then people don't stick around, because people don't like it. Or they just realize, oh, that was like a one-off thing, and now we're just not going to come back. You know what I mean? So. And reload stream my end just in case. There you go. That's fine. Somehow behind, I don't remember your stream stopping for me. I don't know. I think sometimes that can just happen. Depends on your connection, too, I think. I don't know. Alright. Risk it for the biscuit, I suppose, huh? Because it's a super quiet raid. What's the worst that's gonna happen, right? You're gonna get clapped running up to it, most likely. We'll see. There's something. That sounded like it was a blue fence, actually. Here we go. Always the worst part for me. As long as I get this plant, I don't care if I die here at this point. My last factory raid, I only had one PMC, which I popped. Oh, nice. Good on you. It's like wicked quiet. Alright, we'll risk this. It's a scab! Please don't shoot me, Scabby! Thank you! Because I was messing around. Oh, there you go. It's all good on the messing around. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like sometimes I think that was at me. I think Sniper Scab somehow looked at me there. Through like all the haze. Maybe not. Maybe shot at somebody else. Yeah, I just kind of feel like sometimes when I like when I want to help people, right? I'm not actually being listened to, which is a difficult thing to do. It's like the coaching thing. That was kind of... Oh. It was like that, just, with the coaching thing, it was just kind of hard to accept that people aren't gonna, like, listen to you if they want to, and... I don't know. The most hurtful thing about the coaching thing, because, like I said, I got super excited about that. Super excited about that. What hurt was that it didn't seem like there was the level of excitement in other people to match, so to speak. Really? That's super annoying. I didn't compensate for my mechanical offset like I should have. Now that I made noise there, we gotta go the long way around. Over towards the pier. With the hope that maybe that'll draw some people away from it, potentially. Who knows? Yeah, it's also, so kind of like how we did the open lobby on Wednesday, and I felt like it went really positively. I thought it went really well. Even the leading up to it, you know, but I realized that leading up to it, the people interested in the lobby were more active because they wanted in on the sandwich, you know what I mean? They did make the point fire a little rougher. That was an incredible amount of noise I'm not happy about. And then, you know, like the moment that they're in, some people when they're playing in the lobby, turn the stream off for internet purposes and that. I get that. I get that. That's totally reasonable in my eyes. Then Friday rolls around, and then sometimes people aren't there anymore. People don't always want to tune in when they're not involved. You know what I mean? Which is another hard thing to balance, because if I try to do that for everybody, eventually there's not enough spots for people, so that gets difficult in and of itself. So that's the sucky part. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is it makes it really hard to want to do that stuff anymore. You know, like, if people are just gonna, like, be in and out, dip in and dip out, only when they want something, why would I do more of those open lobbies? Why not just maintain the status quo and just stick with the regular scheduled program, whatnot, you know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't really incentivize me to want to continue to do those open lobbies and that. Because it's supposed to be like a give and take, not just a give and give. I haven't heard of mine like that in a long time. So, I don't know. That was the other thing, that's the other issue that I had with, like, Factorio. There were some people that would join Factorio. They'd, like, beg to get on the server and stuff. I told them, no, I have to vet people for that, and then I eventually relented and let one on. They messed up stuff, I had to fix all that, and then they ended up just putting down a bunch of copy-pasted blueprints that they didn't really understand their function or their purpose, and then they just stole some of my blueprints without my permission, without asking, because, I mean, it's not like I'm gonna ask people to pay for that stuff, because it's Factorio, but at least ask, you know what I mean? And then I did have some people that come by, they'd ask for a blueprint, I'd send them the blueprint, oh, gee, thanks, man, and then they leave. I think someone jammed. Sorry, buddy. Oh, that was rough. Take that off real quick. push this guy. Especially gonna have to push him if he's if his buddy's gonna give him some info here. I don't want to try talking to him, but I don't know if he'll play ball, to be honest with you. Kinda doubt he plays ball, actually. Oh. That's incredible, dude. You just get third party? I think he just got third party. Someone's running around in there. I don't know if it's the dude that was initially shooting at me or what. Just keep the food and stuff just in case. You never know, right? Kinda sad I don't have utility on me here. Dude's not peeking me. I can't tell what's going on in there. I can't exfil by boat. I'll read your thing in a moment, Omen. I really need to just, like, watch this. And see if this guy tries to pull a nasty on me. You're moving a little bit. Get outside? Did you get outside to loot the other body? I don't want to aim down sights because I want to try to be quiet here. I also don't want to scooch over. Same reason, I don't want to make noise. I want to see if this guy crosses and actually exits out. He is inside. He's inside running around. Up on first? I can't tell exactly where he is. I think he's up on first, though. Not first, on second is what I meant to say. Hoping that, I've stocked up on food enough that I got him on time. I'm just gonna kind of rat him here, I think. flashlight. Oh, jeez. I'm so dead. Oh, there was two. Dang it. Dang it, that sucks. Okay, I guess dude didn't kill the other guy. Dang it. Dang it, that sucks. I thought it was just one guy. Oh well. Aw, buttocks! Dang it! The ultimate cheese. No. Yeah, oh well. T45. Aw, man. No, I shouldn't have gone full auto either. That's probably what killed me the most. As I was full auto, I had to reload. Alright, let's have a look. Give the harsher, not to you. Feel like this, don't come around and want everything and then give nothing. It's just abusing things, supplying to your own selfish needs. It's annoying, disrespectful, utter bullshit. So it is, but people are people. You know what I mean? So, nothing you can do about it. People are just gonna be people. And honestly, I wish that there was another way to go about it, but I cannot think of how to get around that. So, I don't know. There's been a few people like that that I've encountered and experienced that same mentality with. So, I don't know. Sucks, but it is what it is. Like I said. And there are quite a few people in this community, so to speak, that do have that, like, that take-all mentality type of thing, but well, it is 0100, so I think it's time to start closing down shop here. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate, but like I said, it's not something that we can easily sidestep, so to speak, right? So, I guess for me, I don't know. Maybe tonight's not like the right time to really articulate that type of thing. I can talk about more on Monday. But anyway, yeah, that'll do for tonight. Thank you guys for lurking. Those of you that do lurk, those of you watching actively, appreciate that. Thanks for being around for all the good and the bad. Especially you, Omen. You're very good. You're very aware of all that. You're what I consider a super fan at this point, so I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you. I hope you have a good weekend. I will try. I'll try my best to have a good weekend. We'll see. Maybe I'll be blessed to have some rank time on League over the weekend. Who knows? Who knows? But we'll be back at it on Monday. I hope that you have a good weekend too, Omen. I hope that everybody else has a good weekend as well, those here and not here. And yeah, we'll catch you guys on Monday. Have a good one.